I'm going to do a quick mic check. Kent, can you hear us in the comms booth? Okay, we're good.
Is Councilmember Erickson here?
Let me check. Hang on one second. He's not in the meeting yet. He's coming in now, Mayor.
Right. Did we lose some people? Where'd everybody go? There we go.
Yeah, she just turned off her camera.
Okay, and Councilmember D'Amico is there. Okay, and there is our city attorney and our acting city manager. Hello, everyone. It's 6:00 p.m. and this is the City of West Hollywood City Council meeting, regular teleconference meeting, Monday, October 4th. It is again 6:01, and we are going to call this meeting to order. If I could ask Alexander Basley to please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Mayor, quickly, can I read in the COVID-related information?
Please do. Sorry.
Thank you. No problem. In an effort to protect public health and prevent the spread of COVID-19, AB 361 has authorized public meetings to take place via teleconference because state and local officials are recommending measures to promote social distancing. The City Council meeting is being conducted via teleconference on the city's website and is also provided on a wide array of streaming media platforms to offer access to the public to the fullest extent possible. WehoTV staff have confirmed that the City Council meeting is currently streaming successfully on Spectrum Channel 10 and online at weho.org/WehoTV. In addition, and as a courtesy, this meeting is also successfully streaming on the city's YouTube channel at youtube.com/WehoTV and on Roku, Apple TV, Fire TV, and Android TV. WehoTV staff monitor this broadcast on all platforms throughout the meeting and will notify the city clerk and council should broadcast interruptions arise. Please do not interrupt the live meeting by calling or texting the city council about difficulties viewing the meeting. If you are experiencing viewing difficulties while watching this live stream, please reload the page or visit weho.org/WehoTV to access our official live stream and to view a list of other available streaming options. In addition, you may call in to listen to this meeting by dialing 669-900-6833, and the meeting ID is 886-2449-6211, and then press the pound sign. Please understand that internet speeds, device reliability, third-party platform reliability, and individual or personal technical issues are out of the scope of this broadcast. WehoTV staff has published a guide at weho.org/WehoTV to troubleshoot your connection. If you are having difficulties connecting to the meeting, you can also call 323-848-3151. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam City Clerk. Now, may I ask Alexander Basley to please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Commissioner Basley, you can go ahead and turn on your video and unmute yourself.
Good evening. Can you see me and hear me?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much, Alexander. If we can please have a roll call, Madam City Clerk.
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember D'Amico.
Yes.
Councilmember Erickson.
Here.
Councilmember Horvath.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Shine.
Present.
Mayor Meister.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Wonderful. If we could please have a report on a closed session agenda.
Yes, hi, good evening. The City Council convened a closed session meeting tonight at 5:30 p.m. There were no members of the public signed up to speak on the posted agenda. The council spoke about the 2 items of business listed on the posted agenda and took no reportable action. That concludes my report.
Thank you very much, City Attorney. If we can look at approving the agenda, do we have any staff changes?
Thank you, Mayor. Item 3A is being tabled to a date uncertain.
Okay, anybody else have any changes that they'd like to propose? I have one, if that's okay. Anybody else?
Yes, can I request that we hear and talk about items 2E, 2L, 2O, and 2S?
Okay, so we're going to put onto excluded consent 2E, 2L, 2O, and 2S. All right. Can I get a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Thank you. Can we get a roll call?
Thank you, Mayor. Before I call the roll call, so the only things changing on the agenda is 3A is to a date uncertain, and items 2E, L, O, and S are moving to excluded consent.
Can I make a suggestion, Mayor?
So,
Oh, thank you. Sorry, I heard a sneeze at the same time. I understand 5A is just a presentation. Perhaps we could move that to consent, but considering we moved many items that will probably be lengthy to excluded, I don't need a presentation on 5A. I'm familiar with the bill, but if everyone else does, or maybe a brief, I want to say very brief presentation.
I would like a brief presentation. I'm sure they're here and they want to present to us. So as long as it's brief, that would be great.
Okay.
Is everybody else comfortable with that? Terrific. Okay, so
Okay, I'll do roll call now. I apologize. So we have a motion and a second to approve the agenda as amended. Councilmember D'Amico,
Yes.
Councilmember Erickson,
Yes.
Councilmember Horvath,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Shine,
Yes.
Mayor Meister. The motion passes.
great, we have an agenda. Okay, adjournment motions. Does anybody have an adjournment? Councilmember Erickson?
Thank you, Mayor. I have one adjournment motion from Mariah Wharton, I'm sorry. She was the mother of Rita Henry, who I get the pleasure of serving on the board of the ACLU with. Her mother was able to live into her 100th birthday, and that's the one thing that she wanted, and she was there. And so I know that her family celebrated her and now is also honoring her memory. So I wanted to adjourn in her memory tonight too, please.
Thank you, Councilmember Erickson. And Councilmember Horvath?
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to adjourn tonight in memory of Al Sislowski, who was a beloved husband, father, grandfather, and great-grandfather, father to Joe Sislowski, West Hollywood resident, active community member, wears many hats, has been truly dedicated. Both he and his wife, Ruth, have been dedicated public servants in our community and beyond. And our hearts go out to Joe and Ruth at this very difficult time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Horvath. I have one adjournment. I'd like to adjourn the meeting in memory of Marta Derulaniuk, who worked for music legends and staunch reproductive rights supporters Mike and Corky Stoller. If that's all of our adjournments for this evening, I'd like to move to presentations. Councilmember Erickson, I do believe your awardee is here.
I don't know, presentee, is that the word? I am so excited. I actually I do want to show them this. I don't know if you can see it. So I actually keep all the Beverly Presses because I like to read them. So I actually have little notes on when you guys cover West Hollywood. And I just love your coverage. But I am so excited today to present this proclamation to the Beverly Press Park La Brea News on their 75th anniversary. And I'm going to read it here for everyone. Don't know if you can see it, but we'll make sure you get it. Whereas in 1948, the residents of Park La Brea began distributing a newsletter throughout the complex, and within a few months, the Park La Brea News was born and converted into a newspaper. And whereas the newspaper was sold to current publishers, Michael and Karen Villapando, on January 1st, 1990, and by June 1990, the Park La Brea News was a weekly publication, having expanded its circulation to 5,000 residents belonging to Miracle Mile, Hancock Park, and Fairfax district neighborhoods. And in 1991, the circulation once more expanded to include more neighborhoods, including West Hollywood. And the name Beverly Press was added to the original Park La Brea name. And today, the Beverly Press and the Park La Brea News provides very good, I might add, local news coverage to the residents of Beverly Hills, Park La Brea, Hancock Park, Miracle Mile, the Fairfax District, and West Hollywood, bringing up-to-date news and information about current events and issues impacting residents in their neighborhoods. And the Beverly Press and Park La Brea News now partners with the LA Times for distributing, ensuring readers who are residents of the city of Los Angeles and the city of West Hollywood receive the Beverly Press and Park La Brea News, wrapped with their newspaper and delivered to their front doors. And then whereas the newspaper remains independently owned by the publishers Karen and Michael, who have shown an immense commitment to working collaboratively with the city of West Hollywood and all of our community stakeholders to provide news and information to our residents. Now, therefore, let it be resolved that the City Council of the City of West Hollywood hereby congratulates the Beverly Press and Park La Brea News in celebrating 75 years of dedication and commitment to bringing quality news and information to the residents of Los Angeles and West Hollywood. And congratulations. I'm so thankful for all the coverage that you all do for so many in our community. It's really the only source. And so I love reading all of your posts and all the stuff you do. And I must say, your reporters are everywhere. We see them at all the city events. So thank you for covering West Hollywood so diligently.
Thank you. Thank you guys all very, very much. We really appreciate it.
You know, when we expanded into West Hollywood, we knew that we had a big job ahead of us to cover all the things going on in West Hollywood. It's probably one of the most dynamic, if not the most dynamic part of Los Angeles. We love West Hollywood. We feel at home in West Hollywood. We will continue to serve West Hollywood the best we can. And it's just great to be with you folks and, you know, to work with you. And we're always a phone call or an email away if anything comes up. Got some breaking news, some tips, some things for us. We will listen every time.
And we hope you all saw the 75th anniversary publication. We did have extra copies delivered to the library and to City Hall, even though it's somewhat quasi shut down. But we have more copies for you if you would like them. But we really enjoyed covering parts of West Hollywood, from the Abbey to things that Project Angel Food is doing, to the three mayors of the three cities. And that was just really a fun part to do.
I got a question. Who read the Abbey story, Brunch at the Abbey?
Lindsay.
Okay, that's required reading for you folks. You gotta read the drag brunch at the Abbey story. I think we nailed it.
So, anyway.
I'm looking forward to getting one in my box at City Hall, and then I will certainly check it out.
Great.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
Much and congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you very
Mayor.
much. Thank you very much, Mayor. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, so I have a presentation this evening for Domestic Violence Awareness Month. And I believe we have representatives of Women's Advisory Board, Transgender Advisory Board, and LGAB. Here is, oh, I don't know if you see this. This is just so silly when I have to do this, but okay, forget that. This month, October, is commemorated as National Domestic Violence Awareness Month in recognition of domestic violence and intimate partner violence as a national issue that affects people of all ages, genders, races, cultures, religions, educational backgrounds, sexual orientations, gender identities, and marital statuses. 3 out of 4 Americans personally know a victim or survivor of domestic violence. Over 80 million people across the nation have experienced intimate partner violence in their lifetimes. With 10 million adults annually, nearly 20 people per minute are physically abused by an intimate partner, and women are disproportionately affected, whereby 1 in 4 women has experienced domestic violence during her lifetime. The city's lanterns over Santa Monica Boulevard will glow in the color purple from October 3rd to October 10th to recognize Domestic Violence Awareness and Intimate Partner Violence Awareness Month, and in remembrance of those who have died because of domestic violence. And we will honor those who have survived, acknowledge those who work to end violence, and stand with domestic violence and intimate partner violence survivors. The City Council of the City of West Hollywood hereby proclaims the month of October as Domestic Violence and Intimate Partner Violence Awareness Month, and urges the West Hollywood community to join awareness and prevention efforts to end domestic violence and intimate partner violence. And I do believe that we have some speakers. And I see Angela De Silva. Would you like to say a few words?
Oh, sure. I believe Tab might be going first, but I can go first. I don't think it really matters. I will go first. Thank you, City Council, for having me here. Mayor Meister, thank you for giving us that information. I wanted to add to it that over 43 million women have experienced psychological aggression by an intimate partner in their lifetime. I am one of those women, and so it is important for me, and I think for us, to raise awareness on signs to look out for when dealing with a narcissist, because oftentimes the physical abuse starts with mental and emotional abuse. So signs to look out for are isolation, control, manipulation, gaslighting, possessive behavior, charming to everyone but the person they abuse, a quiet background figure, someone most people wouldn't suspect, the victim blaming themselves, the victim protecting their abuser, and love bombing, where the abuser will go above and beyond with displays of love to hook the victim in. That is my portion of what I wanted to share tonight. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Angela. Lucky Alexander.
Thank you, Mayor Meister. We appreciate, I'm from the TAP. I'm the chair of the Trans Advisory Council, and the Trans Advisory Board would like to thank the City of West Hollywood and the City Council for acknowledging today, this month, as the Intimate Partner and Domestic Partner Violence Month. I also appreciate that you all also included the fact that male survivors do exist and that they are out there. So thank you for that. And I appreciate all of the work that the Women's Advisory Board, as well as the Trans Advisory Board and the LGAB, have done around the different initiatives within the city. And so again, thank you for bringing awareness to this issue. And I appreciate you all for having me here.
Thank you for being here, Lucky. Karina Samala.
Yeah, thank you very much, council members, for inviting me here. I'd like to thank the council, and also this is where the city that I love so much. This is where I became Karina Samala. So I've always been protective of all these cities. And the thing about this is it's still happening with our community. Only a year ago, one of my daughters, they call me mother of the community. One of my daughters was killed on domestic violence case. And she was living in Miami at the time. And just 3 weeks ago, it happened again with one of my daughters here, but they live in Los Angeles, and I was called upon to help and protect, calling police and everything else. So it happens all the time. And I'd like to also say that thank you so much for bringing this to our attention also. And please report domestic violence, and we are there, and we always are there to support us. And thank you, council members, for doing this.
Thank you, Karina. Renee Soto from LGAB.
Yeah, hello, Mayor Meister and City Council. Thank you for acknowledging National Domestic and Intimate Partner Violence Awareness Month with this proclamation and the wonderful lantern globes lighting up Santa Monica Boulevard in purple. My name is Renee Sotil, and I am a member of the Lesbian and Gay Advisory Board. LGAB formed a DV IPV subcommittee, and in collaboration with WAB and TAB, we outlined new and old ideas that we hope will move forward to create permanent and continual visibility during October and during Pride Month, when our Rainbow City is filled with people of all ages and identities. We recently reached out to the Senior Advisory Board, Disability Advisory Board, and the Russian Advisory Board for input as well. We encourage all the boards, commissions, and the community to join our meetings and share your thoughts and ideas during public comments. WeHo Sheriff will be at our October 14th meeting to answer questions on protocol and if improvements have been made since the horrific torture and murder of Iana Kasian on Holloway Drive in 2016. One goal is to bridge the gap between local law enforcement and the handling of IPV. Another is to empower victims and survivors with solid visibility, solid resources, and letting them know that West Hollywood sees you and we are here for you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Renee. Robert Gamboa, would you like to say a few words?
Sure. Thank you very much, Mayor Meister. And just to add to what my wonderful colleagues have said, it's, you know, we appreciate this recognition of sexual orientation and gender identity and being included in DV and IPV issues. We firmly believe that every issue is an LGBTQ issue, and intimate partner violence has often left off these LGBTQ relationships, and domestic violence has often left off LGBTQ relationships. And so I wanted to also thank my colleague, board member Sotil, who had, at our very first meeting, LGAB meeting, championed this idea and said, we need to make sure LGBTQ relationships are included and respected and that we can see you. And so this is a product of her hard work, and I just wanted to shout that out for her. As well as WAB and TAB and all of the other boards who contributed to make sure that we are bringing all of the people necessary to the table so that we can acknowledge our survivors and acknowledge those who still need to fight for resources and not be re-traumatized in that fight. And for law enforcement to not be a challenge, but to be a supporter of us. And so that's what this is about. And we appreciate you, City Council and Mayor Meister and everyone for pushing this forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Robert. Thank you all for speaking. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
If there are no more presentations, we will move now to public comment.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Before I begin, for those individuals in the meeting, I just want to share that many of you signed up to speak on item 2.0. That item is now on excluded consent, so it will be towards the end of the meeting. So I will begin with our first speaker, Adam Cole. Adam, please press *6, and you will have 2 minutes to speak on the consent calendar items.
1 second, Adam. First, I'm just going to say the City Council values your comments. However, pursuant to the Brown Act, Council cannot take actions on items not listed on the posted agenda. The public comment period is limited to 20 minutes with 2 minutes allotted for each speaker. This public comment period is to address the City Council on consent calendar items, other agenda items, or items of general interest within the jurisdiction of the City Council. Another period is also reserved for general comment later in the meeting for those that could not be heard at this time. Public hearing testimony. Oh, well, we don't have a public hearing today, so we will start now. Thank you. Adam, you may go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. He's not in the meeting yet, so I will move to Kevin Burton. Kevin, please press *6, and you will have 2 minutes to speak on the consent calendar. Kevin, go ahead and press *6. Okay, I'll move to the next person, Adam Darvish. Adam, please press *6, and you will have 2 minutes to provide public comment.
Oh, great. Thank you so much. Good evening, Mayor Meister and Mayor Pro Tem Shine and Council. I'm Adam Darvish, a resident calling to, I'm glad that you moved item 2.0, so now I have 2 minutes for 2 items, not 3 items. I'm calling to thank the council for the support that you provide to our residents, to the focus that you have on safety and quality of life for all of us, and also keeping the culture of this beautiful city that all of us long-term residents of West Hollywood came to experience. So thank you so much for your focus and decisions that you make based on those factors. I am calling also to support item number 2U, presented by Councilmember Exon and Councilmember Horvath, the resolution in the support of Afghan refugees. I can't tell you as an immigrant that 43 years ago that came to this country, one thing that I try to erase from my mind is how I was treated by the immigration office in New York, in Manhattan, just less than a mile from Statue of Liberty. That blows my mind to this date. I was called in to be interviewed my second year where I could express myself in English, broken English, to be interviewed as an Iranian citizen, as a refugee, as a student in New York. And I was asked by the immigration officer if I had a ticket to go back to Tehran because I was an Iranian and a student in the US because of the conflict between the two countries. I'm sure that agent to this date remembers an outspoken immigrant that stood up and told him that I didn't hire him to decide which country I go to, that I already had a plan B to go to France and to study in Paris if I'm not welcomed in the US. So I hope that I made a change in his mind that he cannot treat immigrants or refugees that way. And I appreciate both of you for supporting this item. It's very important. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Adam. Our next speaker will be Alexander Basley. Alex, please press *6 and you will have 2 minutes to provide public comment.
Good evening, Mayor Meister and honorable council members. Alex Basley here, resident of West Hollywood. And I want to thank you all for not canceling the relationship with the Chamber of Commerce. I also want to expand on comments that paraphrase me as the Chief Financial Officer of the Board of Directors for the Chamber and add context to what I said, my concerns, and my hopes. I was also extremely concerned that a public speaker claimed without any evidence that the Chamber was acting unethically and illegally, and I can certainly refute his string of unsubstantiated invective. The Chamber of Commerce's contract with the city is to provide the events, programs, services, and communications that are outlined in that contract, period. The services that the city provides via the Chamber's machinery have been invaluable, especially during this pandemic, and I am confident of their value to the community. I am so grateful we have received record support from businesses, residents, and the city to get through this unprecedented disaster. However, I did have concerns regarding confusion in the public that the independent SOS WeHo and the Chamber were the same, as admittedly the ordinance under dispute did not relate to most of the general membership. I am not and was not privy to the exact membership, organizing, funding, and communications of SOS WeHo, which is 100% appropriate because it was an independent organization that did not and does not have to answer to me nor the board of the Chamber. Still concerned, I requested leadership within SOS share all communications they distributed and marketed while the ordinance was under consideration. I want to thank them for their transparency. I understood why those on the opposite side of the argument would be upset. The language and the materials was tough, sometimes rude and snarky. Nevertheless, it was clear to me that the organization did define itself as a separate single issue campaign, even if some within the Chamber organization were noted as supportive. This is a right to do so independently, just as trade unions and other concerned citizen groups form and react to pending policies that affect their lives. I pray we avoid arguments that are false or mean-spirited, but we should respect citizens and organizations that want to have a voice. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Alex. Our next speaker is Adam Cole. Adam, please press *6 and you will have 2 minutes to provide comment on consent calendar items.
Thank you. Hi, this is Adam Kroll, West Hollywood resident. I want to just provide a couple quick comments. So I'm glad that we're going to get regular updates on the city's plan as far as electric vehicle charging initiatives. I think we have a lot of work to do in the city to make sure that public infrastructure, so like our public parking and garages, make it easy for people to charge, as well as making sure that both rental and condo housing stock gets upgraded to support charging. I also wanted to speak in support of the ban on plastic products in food service. In addition to making sure that our air gets cleaner, we have a lot to do to make sure that we lessen our impacts on the environment, and lessening our plastic usage is, as we all know, a really huge part of that. So I think this will be an important measure to basically leveling the playing field for all those businesses in West Hollywood already doing their part by making sure they're taking plastic out of the equation. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Adam. Our next speaker is Kevin Burton. Kevin, please press *6 and you will have 2 minutes to provide comment on the consent calendar.
Good evening. Good evening, council members. I want to speak on item 2P, to establish a bicycle and transit mobility working group. I strongly support this item. Thank council members Erickson and D'Amico for bringing it forward. I served on the bicycle task force a number of years ago, and I think that communications between knowledgeable stakeholders in the community and city staff are all to the good. And I think that our discussions of bicycle and transit and mobility projects underway now and in the future can be improved by increasing efficiency and effectiveness of both project planning and execution. And since there are a number of projects coming down the pike, I would expect such a working group to remain constituted for some time to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Our next speaker will be Patricia Murphy. Patricia, please press *6 and you will have 2 minutes to provide public comment. Go ahead, Patricia. Okay, I will move on to our next speaker. Our next speaker will be Frank, and if I mispronounce your last name, I apologize. Geraci, Geraci. Please press *6 and you will have 2 minutes to provide public comment.
Thank you and good evening. I've been a resident of Miller Drive for 26 years now, and there has never been a time when I have not been afraid of trying to make a left-hand turn onto Miller heading eastbound on Sunset. Question is, why is there not a left-hand turn arrow on Sunset to be able to make the turn left onto Miller? Excuse me. Several issues with respect to this. First is Sunset Boulevard actually curves in both the east and west direction at La Cienega. So when you're trying, at La Cienega. So when you're trying to make a left-hand turn, you have a very difficult time trying to see oncoming traffic because of the curve in the street. Secondly, you have to navigate not only oncoming traffic but also pedestrian traffic crossing through Miller Drive on Sunset. Probably the easiest answer to this question is why is Miller at Sunset the only one of the four corners that does not have a left-hand turn arrow and a left-hand turn pocket? The three other corners have had that for quite some time. Lastly, there's constant emergency fire and ambulance vehicles traveling up and down Sunset on a regular basis, and they're generally making a southbound turn onto La Cienega to access Cedars-Sinai. So not only is there the automobile traffic and pedestrian traffic, there's also emergency vehicle traffic. And then lastly, we now have a hotel and two apartment complexes on two corners and a commercial development with retail and office space being developed adjacent to the pink dot that will only make the congestion worse. Thank you.
Thank you, Frank. Our next speaker is Ellen Evans. Ellen, please press *6 and you will have 2 minutes to provide public comment. Ellen, go ahead and press *6. Okay, I will move to our next speaker, Charlie Jasper. Charlie, please press *6 and you will have 2 minutes to provide public comment.
Good evening. Good evening, City Council members. Congratulations, Mayor Meister, on your appointment for the year. Look forward to having you preside over our city government. I'm calling because there's some obviously very concerning issues to all of us regarding safety and crime and whatnot. So I'm going to tell you guys a little story. About 2 weeks ago, 10 days ago, I was going on a jog, and I was on Santa Monica Boulevard at 1:30 p.m. on a Thursday afternoon. And there was a gentleman sitting in an empty storefront, empty restaurant front, which has been thankfully finally leased out and is currently under renovation, scratching his ankle and getting ready to shoot a needle into one of his veins on the surface of his skin across the street from Rocco's and the sheriff's station. Instead of just coming to you to complain, I come to you offering a solution. Instead of looking the other way when these people, obviously need some form of help, I think that it's best that we find a way to deter this activity and get eyes on, so when they do need help, that they can be addressed by taking the empty rounder bum space and turning it into a cop shop. It's just like a little business hours retail spot for where the sheriff can come in, do some work there, be visible, have a presence on the intersection, as it is one of the most important intersections in our little city. I grew up in LA all my life. I lived near Larchmont Village, where in my childhood there was a cop shop right there by what used to be Noah's Bagels. So these are things that are doable, and they are very important in helping a city, feel a little bit more like a community. I know we have the sheriff's station right there, but it is a walled-off brick fortress. They can't see what's going on the street. And so this gives us some visibility in a more community-friendly way, where deputies are accessible to the public and can respond to incidents that happen right there without having to, scream down the street in their black and whites, blaring their sirens. They can just walk out and address an issue if they observe one, or if they're being dispatched to something that's happening right there. So, I think that we need to find a way to address this better than just enabling what happens. So thank you.
Thank you, Charlie. I'm going to try and call a few individuals that I see in the meeting. Patricia Murphy, please press *6 and you will have 2 minutes to provide public comment.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, excellent. Thank you. Thank you so much for giving me another opportunity to speak. I couldn't unmute myself. Thank you, Madam Mayor, and to the members of the West Hollywood City Council for this opportunity to speak. My name is Patricia Murphy. I'm a member of the Doheny Sunset Plaza Neighborhood Association. I've lived with my wife above Sunset on Miller Drive. We had a speaker mentioning the issue that I'd like to discuss right now. I hope that the council members will support our association and our requests, and the neighbours who live off Sunset and around this area, but particularly those who live on Miller Drive, to consider the installation of a left turn light when you're heading east as you were turning off Sunset, turning left onto Miller Drive. I have lived in our home for a long time, and I've personally experienced some terrible challenges and enormous safety challenges. I've witnessed cyclists almost getting hit by cars. I've had very many near misses trying to turn safely on that turn. As the speaker mentioned earlier, we now have a development that is occurring on the bottom of Miller. The entrance to that new project, which we're happy to have on the bottom of our street, will actually be on Miller Drive. So the amount of traffic, which I've seen increase substantially over the last 10 years from Sunset going up Miller Drive, will, I'm sure, increase exponentially. It is a very dangerous turn. In addition to that, the traffic heading west, who's turning left down La Cienega toward West Hollywood, going past the hotel that's gone up on the left-hand side, and Fred Siegel on the right. Even a small SUV completely blocks your line of vision. You cannot see when you're turning to go left to get onto Miller Drive. It's an extremely dangerous turn, and we really hope that the members of the West Hollywood Council, as our close neighbours, will support our need for an installation of a light on that corner. Thank you very much for your time. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Patricia. Our next speaker will be Ellen Evans. Ellen, please press *6 and you will have 2 minutes to provide public comment.
Hi. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members for allowing me to speak tonight. My name is Ellen Evans. I'm the president of the Doheny Sunset Plaza Neighborhood Association. We are your neighbors to the north. We shop at West Hollywood stores and eat at West Hollywood restaurants, exercise at West Hollywood gyms, check out books at the beautiful West Hollywood Library, take our dogs to the West Hollywood Dog Park. And in fact, in most cases, we can't even leave our homes without going to West Hollywood before we go anywhere else. Traffic lights on Sunset dictate our comings and goings, and as you've heard, there's some concerns about the safety of the way the signal is set up at Sunset and Miller. We've tried without success to address this situation with the city, and now we're asking for your help with this. With the new development coming to 8497 Sunset, it's even more critical to install a left arrow for turning onto Miller Drive from eastbound Sunset. So we ask that you, esteemed council members, assist us in prioritizing this request. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you, Ellen. Our final speaker this evening will be Victor Omolchenko. Victor, please press *6 and you will have 2 minutes to provide public comment.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Meister and council members, and thank you so much. This is Victor Omolchenko, longtime West Hollywood resident. Thanking you for giving consideration and for passing on the consent calendar a recognition of National Arts and Humanities Month, the Bicycle and Transit Micromobility Effort, restoration requirements for all, registration requirements for all rental units in West Hollywood, honoring California's Clean Air Day, and a resolution in support of Afghan refugees. I know maybe with the Afghan refugees, maybe we have some pull with Senator Dianne Feinstein of California to speak with her counterparts, Senator Mazie Hirono of Hawaii and DC Delegate Eleanor Holmes Norton. Unfortunately, Hawaii and DC have joined South Dakota, Wyoming, and some other states in opposing Afghan refugees. So let's see what Dianne Feinstein can do with Mazie Hirono and with Eleanor Holmes Norton. That said, I look forward to the tantalizing details on what's going to be happening with 8301 to 8315 Santa Monica Boulevard, where I go to the Crossroads Trading, Joey's Cafe, and Pete's Magnolia Cleaners. I understand a lease is afoot. I know you discussed that in closed session. I look forward to any tantalizing details that you can provide the public with what's happening with those leases there. Thank you, Council Member John Erickson, for that proclamation for the 75th anniversary of the Beverly Press, the Park La Brea News. Wearing my hat as a member of the West Hollywood Preservation Alliance, that publication covers a wide array of issues in West Hollywood, and we are very, very pleased as an alliance that the Villalpandos and their reporters continue to give solid coverage to historic preservation in West Hollywood. And the last item is, I know you're tabling the item about the billboards above our historic Roxy and Rainbow. I would love to know what's going on with that. And will these be going back to the Historic Preservation Commission and the Planning Commissions if even a single dot or letter is changed in the resolution that was passed by the Planning Commission? Thank you so very much and have a good meeting.
Thank you, Victor. Mayor, that was our final speaker this evening.
Thank you very much. Okay, we're going to move on to council member comments and meeting attendance reports. Councilmember Erickson, is that a hand I see? Please begin.
I'm just so enthusiastic. I'm waiting for the next thunderclap because I'm at City Hall. So it really does liven up the place a little bit here. I want to congratulate my two colleagues. I believe John D'Amico went as well to throwing the Women's March in West Hollywood. I saw all the news. I was downtown busy planning that one like I've done every year, but it looked like it was a shebang, and it was so great to see actions happening everywhere. I was just so glad everyone rose up and made their voices heard. I know it's a point of personal privilege because I work for Planned Parenthood, but it felt really good to see everyone everywhere saying, hell no, we won't go back. So I want to thank you all for organizing that one, especially you, Mayor. Additionally, I want to just make sure the public is aware, starting tomorrow, we have tenant basics on Zoom for our building block seminar. And you can go to weho.org/news and sign in and sign up. I think it's going to be really important, especially with all of the stuff going on. I had the great opportunity of checking in at one of the CES clinic workshops last week or the week before, and it was nice to see residents there, and people definitely have a lot of questions. So it's really important we're doing that. Additionally, I want to thank everyone that came out to the Rise for Women and Girls of Afghanistan event. It was very hot. I definitely got a tan that day in the afternoon, but it was great to see. And I want to thank Mayor Pro Tem Shine for translating for me in real time about the powerful spoken word that was going on. It was extremely beautiful. And I want to thank everyone that came out and marched. I also want to thank everyone that came out to my last Plummer Park event that I did. I played pickleball before in Plummer Park's tennis courts. Apparently pickleball is the new game afoot. I don't know. I know my commissioner, Andrew, would say it's the game that everyone's talking about, and I love playing it. So looking forward, and thank you, staff, for all the pickleball stuff you're now doing. It's been really well received by a lot of people. And then I also want to make sure I acknowledge that October is also Breast Cancer Awareness Month. My mother had breast cancer. She's been in remission for over 10 years. And so I know what that diagnosis is like, but it was because of early detection that she was able to diagnose and defeat it. I know I've shared with many of you that my aunt was diagnosed with breast cancer. She is in right now the final stages of getting radiation, and she'll be on that for the next 5 or so years, the pill that everyone gets. But early detection saved her life. It saves all of our lives. So make sure you please go out there and get tested. We all have a family member or a loved one that's suffered from this. And I want to thank all the people that have shown my family so much love and support for this during this time. She lost all of her hair and it's growing back. So we're just trying to make sure it grows back straight, because like you, Mayor, she has very curly hair. And so she's wondering how it's going to grow back. In addition, I also attended the League of California Cities Conference up in Sacramento and as the delegate there. And that was a great event. And I know several of my colleagues attended that. And you know, it was really great going to a bunch of sessions on public safety. I know our new city manager, David Wilson, was featured on the city manager government, and as well as Councilmember Horvath was on that panel. And we even saw former city manager Paul Aravello there. So it was great to see a lot of people coming together again. Just a few questions for the city manager that is on, and maybe our public safety personnel are on. I was wondering if we could get an update on the status of the audit that I know my colleagues in the council passed a few months or several months way back. I know we're waiting for the county or for them to do their audit. So it'd be great to know where that is in the process currently. Given my next comment, and I don't know if anyone from our public safety staff is on, but I have received way too many calls regarding an LA Times story that says the word secret police installed in West Hollywood at our sheriff's station. I know many of our residents in the city are and have family members, if they were not directly associated with the Holocaust and World War II. And so when you see the word secret police and West Hollywood Sheriff Station on a front page news story, it causes a lot of alarm. I am too alarmed by that. I would love to see if we could get an update from our sheriff's personnel. I personally would like to know the name of the officer that Sheriff Villanueva installed in our sheriff's station, because I do not believe, and I'm very concerned that any public monies would go to fund someone that's acting as a secret police for political purposes. And I know that is not how our residents would want our taxpayer dollars spent on someone surveying those individuals for political purposes. So if we could get an update on that. And then I too, like many of you, am very concerned about the climate issue that we're seeing right now. And I know we're going to have a lengthy conversation about that. But, it's great to see such a progressive climate council agenda that we have here with all of the council items that we have all on there. And I want to thank my colleague, Councilmember D'Amico, for doing the bicycle task working group with me, as well as Councilman Mayor Meister on the rental registration units. I think those are really important items. And I actually am starting to do what I preach, and I've been doing it for a while, but I biked to City Hall tonight for the council meeting. I'm using an e-bike. And so I'm quite excited to start doing all of this stuff and making sure that we're doing it all together. So those are all my comments, and thank you very much.
Councilmember Erickson, would you be okay if we talked about the public safety issues during 2S?
That's totally fine.
Well, then it's all related. That'd be great. Okay, thank you. Who would like to go next? Councilmember D'Amico?
Thank you very much, Mayor. I just have a couple of things. The first is, interestingly, Frank Gerasi and the members from the Doheny Sunset organization, I was planning to bring up a question about the La Cienega beautification from Sunset south, understanding that at some places it's not in West Hollywood, and then it is in West Hollywood. But about 10 years ago, there was a study that was included Beverly Hills at the very south part of La Cienega, Los Angeles, and West Hollywood, and studied a beautification plan for La Cienega. And and I know nothing has happened, and probably nothing is even planned, but I wanted to ask if we could get an update on what might one day happen along La Cienega, given that the city of Los Angeles is unlikely to ever participate in making La Cienega, at least the part that we're in for sure, and the part that they have more beautiful. And so I think a tree strategy and a median strategy is something, if my colleagues would agree, we could ask staff to bring forward in the coming months, and we could have a discussion about it. And I think at the very top of that, at La Cienega, i.e. Miller Drive, I do remember in the environmental impact report for the development at Miller Drive, there is a plan, a traffic mitigation plan. And I would be surprised if it didn't include a left turn arrow. Now that EIR the traffic plan was perhaps even a decade old as well, but they're now theoretically building it. At least they demolished the building that's there. So perhaps staff could look into that environmental document, the traffic study, and notify us. And by notifying us, I assume people tune into this meeting, or any of those people can write to us at ccouncil@weho.org, and we'll be happy to send that information back. My two last things. The next one is, I know this is really far afield, but if anyone is like me, they're kind of horrified by what's happening at our beaches in the South Coast. And I wonder if the city could just do some investigation about how we might, as a city, volunteer next Saturday and go down and assist with cleanup as a city. Maybe even if 5 or 10 of us went and showed up and did what we could, if there's such a way that we could participate. We don't want to be adding to the problem by being in the way, but if there's a way to do that, I'm sure that even if we can't go, we would all be happy to put our own social media spin on it and try and get people to participate. And I know that I would very much like to go down and assist if that's something that I can assist with. And finally, Victor stole a little bit of my thunder with his discussion of the National Arts and Humanities Month. But I do want to say that, that's been one of the things that for the 10 years I've been here, I have really tried to focus us on at appropriate moments, our arts and cultural affairs commitment. And it is stellar. It is amazing. This city has won a National Endowment for the Arts grant. We have won a National Endowment for the Humanities grant. We have put hundreds of thousands of dollars over the lifetime of the city into arts and cultural affairs, and it pays off in a multiplier of at least 10 times. We know that a study was done of the millions and millions of dollars our arts and cultural affairs brings in to the city, to city businesses, and to city coffers. So it is National Arts and Humanities Month. If it occurs to you to participate, to read a book, to go to a live performance, to be in our city enjoying our arts and humanities, I encourage you all to do that. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember D'Amico. Councilmember Horvath?
Thank you so much, Mayor. I too attended the Cal Cities Conference, participated in a panel with our city manager, David Wilson. I know Councilmember Shine or Mayor Pro Tem Shine and Councilmember Erickson were there. And it was very educational, informative, and helpful discussion. I think it also was an opportunity for us to talk about the process we've just been through, and we were commended by many cities throughout California and how we talked about the transition in leadership that we're going through right now. And they had a lot of questions, so it was a great opportunity and wonderful for our city to be featured in that way. I also participated in the Equality California, attended the Equality California Awards, honoring our supervisor Sheila Kuehl and Mayor Robert Garcia, which was a wonderful event. New leadership in Equality California and a new opportunity for engagement, and there was a whole new energy. And I expect that relationship with the relationship that we've had with Equality California will continue to evolve as well. And what I participated in the March for Reproductive Freedom downtown, and I want to congratulate our colleague Councilmember Erickson, who for how many years in a row now, is it 5 maybe, volunteers his time to produce what it was once again the nation's largest action in downtown Los Angeles. And also want to thank my colleagues for creating a satellite event in West Hollywood for participation to happen in all forms. I wish it hadn't happened at the exact same time so people who wanted to do both could, but I understand we have to create opportunities as we can. But it was wonderful to see so many people step up and speak out about reproductive justice and make it visible throughout the region. As we know, this region and our city in particular will be ground zero for what the battles that will continue. And I'm grateful to everyone in our community who has made West Hollywood a home for reproductive justice and freedom. I participated in the Mobility 21 conference, talking about many issues, including metro expansion, the Afghanistan march, which now leads into our item 2U tonight. We, in our own small way in our city, can step up and engage on what is an international issue that and do our part in our way to take care of this humanitarian crisis. And I'm grateful to everyone who participated in the march, who engaged with V-Day and all of the partnering organizations, and who will continue to engage in this work through item 2U tonight. Also grateful to see Plug in America will become a new partner for the city through item 2N. And I concur with Councilmember Erickson's comments. It's nice to see such a climate forward agenda tonight between recycling, electric vehicles, plastic waste, clean air, and our climate action plan. This is something that we are living each and every day. We're not waiting for a special day of the year. We're taking action 365 days a year, because that's the only way we're going to make a difference. And I agree with Councilmember D'Amico. What has happened on our coast is a disaster, and any ways that we can engage in remediation, I think, is entirely in order and consistent with who we are as a community. So thank you, Mayor. Those are my comments.
Thank you very much, Councilmember. Mayor Pro Tem Shine.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I want to thank Angela De Silva, Lucky Fuller, Karina Samala, and Robert Gamboa for representing the Transgender Advisory Board, Women's Advisory Board, and LGAB tonight. Your words were very powerful and so important for our community to learn. Since our last meeting, I attended the League of Cities conference in Sacramento. I was honored to be nominated and elected unanimously to the League of Cities LGBTQ caucus, and Councilmember Horvath swore me in, so I appreciate that. It was a wonderful experience. I enjoyed listening to Councilmember Horvath and our city manager, David Wilson, who did a great job at the event that Councilmember Erickson and I attended and watched. I too am very saddened by what is likely the most catastrophic oil spill on our coast and so close to us. So Councilmember D'Amico, I so appreciate, and I'm also interested in participating and doing whatever remediation efforts we can do for this. The loss of the well-being of the ocean, the animals, and apparently people were even affected by this is devastating. In addition to Disabilities Awareness Month and Domestic Violence and Intimate Partner Awareness Month, it is also Filipino American History Month. So I want to wish our Filipino American community and residents a happy Filipino American History Month. I also attended the 1 Billion Rising organized event for Rise Foreign with the Women of Afghanistan in West Hollywood Park on September 25th. It is absolutely essential that we do take stand internationally, especially since LA County is home to the largest refugees from Afghanistan. So I really appreciate that Councilmember Erickson and Councilmember Horvath brought this forward. Thank you in support of women and those seeking asylum from Afghanistan. I'm also very happy that Mayor Meister and Councilmember Erickson brought forward the expanded rental housing registration. At our last meeting, I talked about needing to address our Airbnb issues, and this will really help with that, as in addition to many other issues we have. I also participated in our monthly homelessness subcommittee with Mayor Meister. I moderated our human rights speaker series regarding anti-LGBTQ laws and policies in Iran. I appreciate Councilmember Erickson's work on this series with me and his attendance and remarks at the event. This past Saturday, I spoke at the West Hollywood Rally for Reproductive Rights with Mayor Meister. I thank her for asking me to co-organize, and also Councilmember D'Amico, you did a very powerful speech and asked all of the men to come stand behind you to be there for women, and that was really appreciated. We had more than 100 people come and an incredible line of speakers. We also marched around the Rainbow District, so that was a lot of fun. I also attended the Equality California Equality Awards, where Supervisor Kuehl and Long Beach Mayor Robert Garcia were honored. It was a really fun event. I know that Councilmember Erickson attended too, and it was nice to see everyone. I'm also starting a monthly event called Sips with Seppi, to meet with neighbors in different coffee shops every month in a different neighborhood to talk about any city issues you would like to chat about. The first one is October 10th from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. at Miss Melbourne in my neighborhood in Mid-City. So please come join me. I want to hear from you and see you, and please come masked. I would also like to get an update on our direction to staff regarding improvements to the pedestrian, regarding the pedestrian safety requests and enforcements of our sidewalk, no riding on the sidewalk ordinance with respect to scooters. If we can get an update on that, I've been receiving a lot of people from the community have reached out with concerns, and I'd like to know what's been completed since that last city council meeting where we gave direction regarding scooters. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. First, I just, regarding the public comment on the cop shop, I think we are having a meeting focusing on public safety, the second meeting of November, and maybe we can add that issue to the list of topics that we will be discussing on that day. I also want to thank Councilmember D'Amico for bringing up the oil spill. I did actually write to the elected officials, Dominic Frangillo, elected officials to protect America. We don't seem to learn from past mistakes, such as the 1969 oil well blowout in Santa Barbara, California, or the Deepwater Horizon oil spill in the Gulf of Mexico. These are man-made disasters that kill our wildlife, pollute our oceans, and destroy our beaches. I attended UC Santa Barbara from 1976 to 1980. If you went to the beach, you had to bring baby oil with you to remove the tar off your feet. That was years and years later. We need stricter federal legislation to protect public lands, public waters, and public beaches. And I think maybe that, something, an item that, we can bring forward. I know we've talked about it in the past, and maybe we need to remind our federal legislators that that we cannot forget our public beaches and waters. So anyway, thank you to my colleagues for bringing that up. October is also Disabilities Awareness Month. This year marks the 31st anniversary of the Americans with Disabilities Act. On Thursday, October 21st from 10 to 1, the City of West Hollywood, in partnership with Cedars-Sinai, will host an outdoor flu and COVID-19 vaccination clinic at Plumber Park Community Center, located at 7377 Santa Monica Boulevard. On Thursday, October 21st at 10:21 a.m., millions of people will participate in the largest earthquake drill ever, Shake Out. Why? Earthquakes can happen anywhere you work, live, or travel, which is why everyone everywhere should know how to protect themselves should an earthquake occur. Drop, cover, and hold on is as if a major earthquake occurring at that very moment, and stay in that position for at least 60 seconds. Hold on wherever you are at that moment, teleworking, in person, or both, anywhere. On Wednesday, October 27th at 6 p.m., the City of West Hollywood will host the 23rd Annual Disability Service Awards via Zoom at a special televised meeting of the Disabilities Advisory Board. Regarding attendance, let's see, I attended a virtual convening of mayors along with Mayor Sue Himmelrich of Santa Monica, hosted by the governor's LA field office. I attended the homeless subcommittee meeting with my colleague, Mayor Pro Tem Shine. I attended All Mayors Weekly U.S. Conference of Mayors meeting. I attended several sessions of SCAG's 2021 Mobility 21 Southern California Transportation Summit Road to Recovery. Currently attending the Daring Cities 2021 Conference for Local Governments for Sustainability and Global Climate Action, although the time zones are quite different, so I don't really get to participate, but get to watch. And I want to thank Mayor Pro Tem Shine and Councilmember D'Amico for your help and your participation with the West Hollywood Rally for Reproduction Rights held on Saturday. I actually think we had a crowd of at least 200 people, and we had wonderfully inspiring speakers. So that was just a really great event, and thank you both so much for being there, and appreciate everybody who participated in rallies and marches around in Los Angeles, downtown, as well as around the country. Regarding the consent calendar, I'll just say that thank Councilmember Erickson for co-sponsoring, and this is the registration requirements for all rental units, and thanks to my colleagues for supporting. Now that the state has implemented rent stabilization of sorts with AB 1482, it makes sense for the city to be able to keep track of all rental units. This will help provide the city with much needed information on market rate rentals and vacancies, and will help discourage short-term rentals. This will give the city a broader audience for communications regarding rent stabilization and housing and public safety. And I know that we received a letter from AGLA, but we are not asking anything of these landlords that we are not already asking of our rent stabilized, of landlords of rent stabilized housing. I'd also like to ask staff, and if Councilmember Erickson is amenable, and if my colleagues are, to just explore the possibility of registering all forms of dwelling units, not necessarily rentals. If we want to get a handle on how people are living, how they are housed, are they live, work, co-living, SROs, condos? It will also give us a much broader audience for all kinds of public communications. Just saying the word explore doesn't have to be necessarily, we can just take a look at it. I know that with rent stabilized housing, we have the fees, so we're able to handle some of the costs of that with those fees from landlords and from tenants. I don't know that that would be the same here. Maybe there are other ways to do it with property owners. We can, if they would just look into that, that would be appreciated. And I think that those are my comments.
Mayor,
Yes.
I just wanted to also make sure the public knows that I too attended the Mobility Conference and the Equality Awards, because I forgot to write them down. So I just want to make sure that they know that we were well represented at those events.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for including that. And at this time, I'm going to hand this over to the city manager, acting city manager, Oscar Delgado, for his report.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. I've got some quick update items. I'm happy to report the WeHo Pickup, the city's free weekend shuttle, will resume service this Friday, October the 8th. The shuttles will run Friday and Saturday from 8 p.m. to 3 a.m. and on Sundays from 2 p.m. to 10 p.m. The shuttles will be limited to 50% occupancy. Masks will be required and the shuttle windows will remain open. More information is available at www.wehopickup.com or contact Francisco Gomez at 323-848-6454. The LA County Board of Supervisors recently extended the renter protections for residential tenants through January 21st, 2022. For more information, please contact Jonathan Holub at 323-848-6301 or at jholub, HOLUB at weho.org. The Arts Division will present 2 unique and costumed performances of virtual theater in the month of October. Please visit weho.org/arts for more information. I'm also excited to announce the City of West Hollywood was named a finalist for the most business-friendly city by the LA County Economic Development Corporation. The finalists were selected for exceptional work done to support businesses and workforce throughout the pandemic. A real quick note on the commercial eviction moratorium. Non-payment of rent protections to commercial tenants ended September 30th. Repayment period for businesses with 20 or fewer employees is 12 months to repay all deferred rent. And for businesses with 21 or more employees, the repayment period is 6 months. The city has partnered with the chamber to provide free mediation services available at www.wehochamber.com/mediation services. With respect to item 2S, Captain Ramirez will be available to speak once that item is discussed. And I just heard from our fabulous Richard Garland and the traffic team that they have already been looking at Sunset and Miller as well as that entire intersection. With respect to Mayor Pro Tempore Shine, I have Robin Eason, our long range planning manager, available to add some insight on the dockless safety.
Thank you, Oscar. Good evening, City Council. I just have a quick update for Mayor Pro Tem Shine. So we'll be coming back with a formal update on scooters at the November 1st meeting, but in terms of things that are in play right now related to some of the items that were discussed at that August meeting for this topic, staff has completed prototypes of the additional signage that we're going to put at all the stations, and those final sign designs are on order. We should be getting those very shortly, and we'll be installing them soon. Additional stations have been selected both on street and off street, and those will begin installations this week. We are currently retrieving quotes on the hand tag idea, so we'll come back with the results of that at the November 1st meeting. All of our dockless providers have held events at our West Hollywood Farmers Market to educate riders and users on how to safely use their devices, as well as hand out several helmets at those events. And then Kobe Wagman from Parking attended a Disability Advisory Board meeting last month to talk to that constituency about micromobility address some of their concerns. And for the questions that we weren't able to answer in that forum, we have gotten formal responses from all of the dockless providers, and we'll be circling those responses back to the staff, staffing the DAB, so that that constituency knows the answers to those questions. Lastly, related to citations, I know that there were 2 citations in July and 4 in August. We don't have the numbers yet for September. We're tabulating those right now. And we're speaking with the sheriff and getting more recent information related to citations, and we'll circle back with City Council at that time.
Councilmember Erickson.
Thank you so much, Robin, for that update. I know one of our residents and, Manny Rodriguez emailed us about one of the companies that was operating illegally in the city that wasn't a part of the 3 pilot program. It was a different company. Can you provide an update on how they were allowed to operate in the city, or what's the status on that?
So I don't know that particular instance. I do know that usually if a scooter that's not advised to or accepted in our city, that that scooter will kind of come to a halt once they're inside our boundaries. So we don't prevent any, I guess, operators that aren't operating in our city to not come into the city, but once they're into the city, that device tends to shut down. But I can provide more information once I get that from staff.
Okay, anything else, Oscar?
No, Mayor, that concludes my report. Thanks.
Well, thank you. And Madam City Clerk, can we please have a fiscal impact of the consent calendar minus 2E, 2L, 2O, and 2S?
Thank you, Mayor. You said part of my script for me. So with the removal of those consent calendar items, the fiscal impact on the consent calendar is $401,000 in expenditures, $0 in revenue, and $5,755 in waived fees.
Thank you very much. Do I have someone who wants to make a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Thank you. Roll call, please. This is
Councilmember D'Amico.
Yes.
Councilmember Erickson.
Yes.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Shine.
Yes.
Mayor Meister.
Yes.
The consent calendar is approved in one single motion. Thank you.
Excellent. So now we are going to move to, we do not have any public hearings because the public hearing was continued, and we have unfinished business. So my plan is that we will do 4A, which is LGBTQIA plus Commission. Councilmember D'Amico hopefully will give us a little brief report, and then once this item is concluded, then we'll take a little break, and then we'll go on to new business. Councilmember D'Amico, would you like to share some info on your item? Councilmember D'Amico, where did you go? Oh, I think we lost Councilmember D'Amico.
He's still in the meeting. He just turned off his camera and muted. He may have had.
Okay, let's give him.
Sure. Do you want to wait for his introduction? We do have 2 speakers.
I'd rather wait for his introduction and then have comments in case people have, questions or that they would like to.
Perfect. Okay.
There he is. Councilmember D'Amico. Councilmember D'Amico, would you like to give us a little brief recap of your item? We are on unfinished business, item 4A. And you are mute.
Sorry about that. I had to go wash my hands. They are nice and clean. Good evening, colleagues. I have been sitting on the city council now for 10 years, and the LGAB, way back, even when St. Ivy Bottini was on the LGAB, she would complain about how the LGAB never really did anything, and they wanted to have a big agenda, and they had a staff or staff members who would often thwart the LGAB's efforts to move items and move business that would have more effect not only on LGBT people directly, but on how LGBT people are treated, what kind of laws are written, what kind of laws aren't written, what kind of statements our city with small shoes and a big footprint can make here and around the country. And so I have two amazing appointees to LGAB, and I have been working with them for the last several years through 3 different staff people to identify ways in which they could use Robert's Rules of Order to put things on agendas, to move items in and out and off and on the LGAB's work plan. And still, there is a lot of frustration. So 2 weeks ago, I put this on an agenda and discussed forming one, having the LGAB and the TAB discuss what it would take to form a board that was potentially, most likely, hopefully, both more inclusive of the members of our community, and also would have more tasks that were more directly related to things that were potentially more at the heart of what the LGAB and the TAB would be doing, including reviewing RFP responses for social services funding and other funding of city grants that affect LGBTQIA people, developing a set of standards for LGBTQIA business resources that the city could contract with, providing insight and contract recommendations for our new West Hollywood City Pride effort, since before it was a nonprofit who would show up in April and say, give us $2 million, and we either had a chance to do it or not do it. And now, because of the process that our city is going through, that Mayor Pro Tem Shine and I have been working on, I believe we are in charge of this. I'm never really sure if I'm in charge of anything, but I believe we are in charge of this as a city. And this is an excellent opportunity for us to make sure that representatives of the LGBTQIA community have a chance, and those representatives might be this board, and continuing to oversee the Rainbow Key Awards, etc. So 2 weeks went by and I heard from lots of members of the trans community and non-trans community, and it was clear that the Transgender Advisory Board, I believe, needs to remain as a standalone body that could, certainly should, participate and give comment on whether this is an appropriate proposal. And if it is, I think should appoint or make recommendations of appointing members to this body. So that was a super long explanation in which I even name dropped Ivy Bottini. But the point is that this is really just asking for us to have the TAB and the LGAB weigh in on whether they think this is an appropriate next step for our city. And I didn't ask anyone to co-sponsor this directly because, you know, I'm exiting and my 2 appointees to LGAB are exiting, and I've had long conversations with them, or at least conversations with them about, you know, they don't have to support this. They have an independent voice. If they don't see the value in it, that's certainly understood. But for me, I know, having served on a board in the 90s and 2 commissions in the late 90s and 2000s, that commissions that award dollars for contracts and have discussions about the relative benefits and liabilities of choices that they make with respect to how money is distributed from our city. There's a sort of higher standard and, sort of, I think, more, I don't know, a higher level of input. And I think people feel that. And I think going way back to 2011, all the way through the last LGAB meeting, there's been a lot of frustration about what the LGAB means and what its opportunities are. So that's why I brought this forward. Now, I also understand that I have two former members of the LGAB here who I certainly am interested in hearing your point of view of what it was like to serve on that board and whether this is an appropriate next step. You know, I just want to say one last thing. I'm so glad I'm not a staff member because I do terrible staff reports and I would be pushed to the back of the bus. You'd be like, we'd like a shortened staff report, please. Thank you very much.
I think that was just fine. Thank you, Councilmember D'Amico. We do have a couple of speakers. If everyone's okay, we'll let the speakers go first. Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. Our first speaker for this item is Jackie Steele. Jackie, please press *6 and you will have 2 minutes to speak on item 4A.
Thank you. This is Jackie Steele, current co-chair for the Lesbian and Gay Advisory Board, just calling you with my thoughts on this item. There was a lot of back and forth with Councilmember D'Amico, as he mentioned, and other council members to voice our concerns over a few key things. One was to ensure that this item did not lead to a situation where the Trans and Gender Advisory Board would be dissolved or even absorbed into this new commission, erasing a much needed and hard-won space for addressing important community issues for the transgender community. Our voices were heard, and I'm thrilled to see the adjustment was made to keep tab while ensuring equity within the new commission. I say this because I believe it's our responsibility to stand with community at every turn. The other concern was including LGAB and the LGBTQ community in a meaningful way in this process. It's imperative that we address items and actions within the city through the LGBTQ lens. For example, we heard the DV and ITV proclamation. It should be noted that the graphics for the DV programming are currently being reworked to be inclusive, as they were not originally created with inclusivity for LGBTQ folks. That was action by Renee Sotil of LGAB, working with WAB and TAB and city staff to update those graphics. There are other items being actioned by the city that are in relation to sexual assault, and we must work together to represent these issues in the fullness of community. Often sexual assault experienced by men or male-identified persons and community members are not reported due to fear, stigma, and lack of understanding by the Sheriff's Department or other heteronormative power structures. I'm glad to see the Lesbian and Gay Advisory Board moving potentially to a commission to allow us to operate in an equitable way with agency and a power to create real and true effective change for the LGBTQ community. I want to thank Councilmember D'Amico for this effort, for hearing the voice of community, for the other council members' support as well. And a special thank you to Mayor Meister for making sure that LGAB is included in the recent conversation for the Only Yes Means Yes campaign. This is the way forward. It's equality and justice for all or none. Also, just a sidebar, I am vehemently against cop shops. It is well proven that arrests and incarceration do not help with addiction. So please visit some resources when having that future conversation. We need less cops and more services. Let's move forward and not backward. Thank you all.
Thank you, Jackie. Our next and final speaker on this item is Zakia Wright. Zakia, please press *6 and you will have 2 minutes to provide comment on item 4A.
Good evening, Mayor Meister and City Council. This is Zakia Wright. I am the immediate past chair of LGAB, speaking in my individual capacity. I was also appointed to LGAB by Councilmember D'Amico, and I'm so appreciative of Councilmember D'Amico for bringing this item forward, especially with the changes since it was last introduced, specifically retaining TAB as its own separate body. The only changes that I would propose to the current wording is that it intentionally gives TAB and LGAB more involvement in the say and more involvement in say in the purview and makeup of the LGBTQIA Commission. As the motion is currently constructed, staff would do both of those things. They would outline the purview, outline the makeup of it, and then bring it to LGAB and TAB for input. In the past, that hasn't worked well because we see, the board see the item once and it's really only to give a yay or nay. And I think in constructing what this looks like, it would be more beneficial if the item is brought to the board at the beginning of the 120 days and at the end for more input by staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Zakia. That was our final speaker, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Who would like to begin some discussion? Anybody? Councilmember Erickson?
My printer is printing again for some reason. Sorry. I want to thank my colleague, John D'Amico, for bringing this forward. I'm generally supportive of this. I just had a couple of questions. In terms of the commission, I'm guessing it would be 7 people.
So what I was thinking was that we would, and you know, Zakia is, she always opens my mind to the most amazing things. So what I was thinking is we might present what a typical commission is, but I think we also need to be aware of what we're asking this commission to be, and hear from Tab and LGAB about how that might develop, how it might transition, when that might happen, and how many members it might have. I honestly didn't have a number in my head, because once I got to 7, then I was thinking, well, is that 14 or is that 9 or and I didn't know. And I just, you know, I think we want to end up with something that works. But honestly, John, I think Zakia is right. I think we should hear from maybe LGAB and Tab what the right number might be, and then we can either adjust or agree and do that.
So that helps a lot, actually. So it's because I wrote down what you said. Is this go to them? Is this the appropriate next step for our city? So essentially, the goal of this item is not to decide whether or not it is to do this commission, but ultimately for them to work in community together to identify if they wanted to get to this area.
Yeah, I mean, it says, you know, to explore the creation of a new commission.
Okay, I mean, this is exactly the same. This is exactly similar to how Mayor Pro Tem Shine and I approached this with the purview item that we did, I think, a few months back or whenever it was, and I know they were addressing. I think what we're doing here is we're putting 2 horses in front of the same cart, trying to get to the same goal and outreach. I was going to ask questions about who would maybe take over the annual events that have become so synonymous with LGAB in the community, like the Rainbow Key Awards and the Melissa Etheridge Awards, but that could maybe be a larger conversation later on, should this item pass, that the board or new commission could have in regards to that. So I'm going to hold back on those questions for right now, and generally say I support the item. And you know, when I was staff, I remember when the BUY subcommittee was formed, because I was on it with, I think, then former board member James Duke Mason, and it was there was a lot of issues at first because it was the Lesbian and Gay Advisory Board, and former staff member and staff liaison and myself went to Elizabeth Savage and said, well, why don't we start looking at making this an inclusive board, and why don't we start looking at the Lesbian and Gay Advisory Board and expanding it. That idea was clearly shot down, and because we would have been able to do it back then. But the question of the one thing I was alarmed by was, you know, where does it stop? Where does the LGBTQIA stop? And I'm like, well, it's not supposed to stop. The community is inclusive for a reason. So although I did not have the power back then to push back and say those things and probably still retain my job, ultimately at the end of the day, I do think that this item is getting us to, I think, something that maybe we could have solved 5 or 6 years ago, but I think this is a good item, and I thank you for bringing it forward.
Councilman, Mayor Pro Tem Shine.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with Councilmember Erickson's comments, and Councilmember D'Amico, thank you for shifting this item. My biggest concern was with this originally was that I felt that TAB would be dissolved and there would be a erasure of transgender voices, which I know that was not your intent. And I think the way this is written, and I just want to confirm, because in the staff report, it says the TAB will remain. And in your report verbally to us, it sounded like you were saying they're going to give input, but your intent is that TAB will remain, so they're not going to dissolve. Is that right?
Yeah, that's 100% my intent, is the TAB will remain, but they still should give input on who should be on this body. And
absolutely.
And the question about how we might, how representatives to this body might be identified, they should also discuss. Does the TAB want to elect 2 people or 1 or 3 or 7 to be on this, or do we just want to do that like we appoint every other commission and board? And I just think, if we're going to, I don't need to say this, you all understand. If we're going to ask people their opinion, we should ask them. And then everybody's an adult, they'll say what they want to, what should be happening. And, that for me, this pause was sort of nice because I did hear from the trans community very clearly that they want to exist as a separate body and they want to do what they're doing and they have a good feeling about it. And, I didn't hear the same from LGAB. I didn't hear people from LGAB saying they want to remain a board and they have a good feeling about what they're doing. I heard different things that, they would love to take on these additional challenges and expand their purview. So.
Thank you. I also appreciate Zakia's comments. As always, they are very brilliant and in their comments. I do agree that this really is part of Councilmember Erickson, a extension of our purview item. So I would like staff to take this back and get input and input from LGAB as to the purview really, and actually TAB too. So the more input, the better, so that all the things you listed, Councilmember D'Amico, are great, but I think LGAB and TAB really should give more comments because they're in, they are the ones that they're in those positions now. Even Councilmember Erickson and I it's been 2 years now since we were on LGAB, and there's been new people and changes. And so, and I think for them to give us feedback on how many members, I know that LGAB was originally created in a way to provide gender equity. And now we are at a place where gender is not necessarily binary. And yet we also want to make sure that women who are still invisible in a lot of spaces have equity still as well as other people. And we had actually a comment that was written to us from former council member Steve Martin that I want to address, that he was wanting to make sure there's education for the community of what all of the new letters are, which are LGBTQIA, lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, intersex, asexual, plus. And that was a good opportunity for us to know that perhaps we need to do some education for our community at large about what everything means, what all of these letters mean, what the plus means. We are a LGBTQ city, but we can't ever assume that folks that have that are our elders and current know the intricacies of all of our community. So I am supportive of this item as well. So,
Councilmember Horvath.
Thank you, Mayor. Having served on a board and then a commission and as a council member, I see this item sort of in that light. The ways that advisory boards are intended to advise the city council on various constituencies in the city and the needs of those constituencies, to have a voice in shaping policy. That gives opportunity for representation, for visibility, for voices to be heard in a way that is different from our commissions, which are much more policy focused with specific direction through the bylaws that that govern the commissions. Each of those commissions has a different policy area, and I think this the creation of this commission would give opportunity for discussion that is much more policy focused in the city in a way that's different from how an advisory board functions, and which is different than ultimately, commissions give direction and shaping policy. Ultimately, the city council enacts that policy for the city. And so I think that relationship and understanding is important for everybody who participates in advisory boards and commissions, and how those relate to the council, because I think that helps to understand also some of what I read as the intention in this item to in a new way give voice in terms of policy making that perhaps was not as directly available through the functioning of the LGAB in the past. And I think that's, there's certainly precedent. This, to me, really harkens to the city's rich history and commitment to advancing policy for the LGBTQ plus community. We have always been at the forefront, and by creating this commission, it will help us to continue to focus in policy areas that perhaps have not received as much attention or been as visible in broader discussion, but are certainly necessary not only in our community, but for us to set forth in policy for other communities to follow. So I'm glad to see that this item gives opportunity for input, and I hope that the discussions that happen keep sort of the role of those different governmental structures in mind, because I think each of those relationships, how an advisory board functions versus a commission versus the council, is incredibly important in whatever next steps are taken.
Thank you, Councilmember Horvath. I too I'm supportive. I also would like to make sure that LGAB and TAB have feedback in terms of the purview. I think it's very important for them to focus, decide what that focus will be. I think sometimes we've been sort of all over the place, and I think it's really important that there be focus for a commission, as well as whatever advisory boards stay standing. And I do think that one of the things that sometimes gets a little out of control is maybe event planning, and maybe that needs to be done some other way. We have professional staff that does events, community events all the time, and maybe there's just some other way that we can do that to sort of take out the chaos that sometimes is created by events happening, and then they're happening all of a sudden they're next week, and there's a lot of chickens running around without their heads, and as we all are when we're doing events like I was on Saturday, my head was somewhere. So I'm supportive, and I just do want to see the feedback from the two bodies, but I also want to make sure that they take Councilmember Erickson and Mayor Pro Tem Shine's item of purview and really focus on purview for these two bodies. Because if we have the commission, that means that the transgender board will transform in some way as well. And I think the way I'd like to see it transform is to be a little more focused. So with that, do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion that we take all the discussion that happened this evening, and I want to slightly revise what Zakia requested and included, that it would be presented at the next reasonable LGAB meeting and then presented again. But I don't know that we need to wait 120 days. They can probably come back in a month with the comments that were made at LGAB and have them reviewed again, because otherwise we may not see this for 6 months if we have to wait for 120 days from the first time. So I think the intent was for her to ask that we let them discuss it twice, I think that makes perfect sense. So with that, I'll move the item.
And do we have a second? Mayor Pro Tem, can we get a roll call on that? And I think what we'll do is, since I thought we would end up with more speakers, so maybe we do 5A before we break. Okay.
Thank you. There's a motion and a second on the floor. Councilmember D'Amico.
Yes.
Councilmember Erickson.
Yes.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Shine.
Yes.
Mayor Meister.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Excellent. Okay, let's go ahead and hear 5A, a presentation from Cal Recycle regarding the provisions of Senate Bill 1383, California's short-lived climate pollutants reduction plan. And I see we have Jackie Rocco with us and anybody else that Jackie brings with her. Okay, take it away, Jackie.
Okay, good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. I'm happy to tell you that we have a very brief video presentation from Cal Recycle about the provisions of Senate Bill 1383, also known as California Short-Lived Climate Pollutants Reduction Plan. And it'll be a brief video, and then we are very lucky to have with us on standby Kara Morgan, Primitivo Nunez, and Lena Wiegand from Cal Recycle, who will be able to answer any questions that you may have. And we will be also bringing to you at the next council, in a couple of council meetings, a new ordinance that will actually provide more guidance and specific information about the provisions of SB 1383 and how we will implement that in the city. It's a requirement of the law that all cities pass that ordinance. And we will have that day Athens, our solid waste management services provider, with us that evening to provide some additional information. And I have with me also Dimitri and Matt Magner, and I just wanted to let you know that this evening will be Dimitri's last meeting as our city engineer, because Dimitri has accepted a new position at one of our neighboring cities, Culver City, where he will become the new Director of Public Works. So we want to wish Dimitri good luck in his new position and thank him for the services to our city. So with that, to keep our presentation brief, Matt, if you could please cue up the video so we can watch, and then we'll be available to answer any questions you may have.
Anytime, Matt.
Matt, please share your screen.
I'm sure he's trying.
We did practice this afternoon.
All right.
Climate change is no longer the future.
It's completely engulfed and it is hot.
It's already here.
California is hitting a fearsome milestone.
We're experiencing temperatures, world record breaking temperatures in the state of California, 130 degrees.
We're seeing bigger wildfires, stronger storms, and devastating droughts.
I'm standing currently 40 feet underwater, or should be. Today, we are advancing a drought emergency.
But both the state and here at Cal Recycle, we're doing something about it.
SB 1383 is the biggest change to happen in waste management in over 30 years.
The new super pollutant reduction strategy rules for organics recycling and edible food recovery are part of California's bold effort to fast-track climate progress by reducing the most potent climate super pollutants like landfill methane emissions. Food, fiber, wood, and other organic waste materials make up the largest material types landfilled in California every year. When organic waste material decomposes, it emits methane, a short-lived climate super pollutant 84 times more potent than carbon dioxide, and a major contributor to climate change. California's short-lived climate pollutant reduction law calls on the state's 40 million people, its businesses, and every level of government to reduce landfill methane emissions by achieving a 75% statewide reduction in organic waste disposal by 2025. The law also requires actions to make sure at least 20% of currently disposed edible food is redirected to Californians who don't have enough to eat. The state is encouraging cities and counties to start planning now.
There is a need for more infrastructure to process food waste.
To provide organics collection services to every resident and business in the state, and to connect grocery stores, restaurants, schools, state agencies, and other large food suppliers with local food recovery organizations to feed people, not landfills. In addition to putting more food on the table, the law will reduce pollution and greenhouse gases, the equivalent of taking nearly 2 million cars off the road for a year. By using innovative methods to make and use compost, we'll create things like biofuel and electricity and turn depleted dirt back into nutrient-rich, water-retaining soil. Building the next generation of recycling infrastructure will create about 17,000 green jobs of the future. Ambitious goals, putting California in a much better position to protect the health of our people and our planet.
The really big solution here is taking on the climate crisis.
Because it's still possible, I think, to avoid the worst outcomes.
Thank you. Jackie, did you have anything else you wanted to add at this time?
I just wanted to let you know, I see Kara Morgan from Cal Recycle is on. We're lucky to have her here, as well as Primatino Nunez and Lena Wiegand, and they are available to answer any questions you may have about SB 1383.
Great. Melissa, we have no public comments?
That is correct, Mayor. There is no one signed up to speak for this item.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any questions from my colleagues? Councilmember Horvath.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to thank you for the presentation. It's nice to sort of see it condensed into, sort of an easy to understand video. But I think what, not only is this a state bill, but to me, it's just sort of common sense that we have, all of this food that can go to people who are currently in need, rather than disposing it, which is causing harm to our environment. I think what we're going to talk about in the future is how contractually we do that, what the cost is in terms of these services. And I guess my question is, what is the mechanism for us to actually enforce this on the local level? Because it's great that this law exists. It's wonderful that we'll contract for this kind of service, but what is the actual mechanism for enforcement to make sure that we're making that difference?
Jackie, did you want me to start?
Yes, please. Go ahead, Kara.
Sure. Councilmember, thank you so much for that comment. You are spot on. My perspective on the regulation, the way it's been developed, when it comes to organic waste recycling, what we're looking to do is similar to what you've been doing with commercial recycling, is providing collection service that includes food waste, collecting paper, cardboard, all of these across the board from residents and businesses, providing automatic service. Instead of relying on people to subscribe, the city is going to be providing that automatically. That is going to create 100% compliance because it's easy when people are provided the service. When it comes to edible food, the way that the regulations are designed is the first 2 years are really intended to be educational, to really be working with those commercial edible food generators, to connect them with those edible food providers that can collect the edible food. And we're really expecting that the city will not have to embark on maybe much of any enforcement if businesses, and what we're seeing are businesses recognize the tax savings that they get from donating food, as well as the climate benefits and the community benefits. So I hope that answers your question. The regulations do provide the city, and that's Jackie can talk about the ordinance that will be coming before council. So you do have tools in your toolbox should you need to use them, as does CalRecycle. But we really believe as Californians come to understand what they can do in a very simple, proactive way can make a huge difference on dealing with our climate crisis. Jackie?
That is correct. And I know that, you told us to keep this brief, so we didn't want to include too many aspects of the ordinance itself, but Kara is correct that there will be an educational component. So there will be extensive outreach that will be done to residents and businesses. And we will be working very closely with Athens, who will be a crucial, partner in this complete rollout and complete implementation and ongoing evaluation of how the program is being rolled out, as well as code compliance that will have a piece in terms of ensuring that once all this communication, outreach, and education has taken place, that they're also that other arm in this process to ensure that everyone is in full compliance.
I guess for my part, I'm not trying to in any way suggest what is the form of punishment people will experience if they don't participate, because I think the punishment we get is, quite frankly, the degradation of our environment. But I'm more interested, 2 years of education. I hope that means we're accelerating compliance while we're educating, that we're not waiting for 2 years to see if people are actually doing what we're saying. That's too long to wait. I know. So I guess that's my point is, making sure that we're enforcing it. I'm glad to hear there will be a direct educational component to help bring people into compliance, and that this will be something that we'll start seeing impact immediately.
And I think Kara and her team, Primitivo and Lena, can also attest to the fact that West Hollywood is already ahead of the curve in a lot of the initiatives that we have in place. So that really is very important in ensuring that we are moving quickly with implementation.
Kara, have other cities, been working with other cities as well, and how's it going?
I'm really pleased across the state. Cities are taking action. This is a tremendous lift on top of COVID to move into this just, a big lift of a program. So cities across the state are working hard. Not all cities will have everything in place by January 1. And there is some relief in state legislation that Senator Laird recently is on the governor's desk to allow those cities who maybe can't hit the January 1 deadline, providing them an opportunity through a compliance pathway. But across the board, we're seeing cities like West Hollywood implementing their commercial recycling programs. Many cities are starting to hear the ordinances that will drive, to council members' point, the enforcement aspect of the program, provide those tools in the toolboxes. We're seeing investment in infrastructure. We're seeing companies coming from outside of the state wanting to invest in developing the organics infrastructure. And when it comes to edible food, I'm really thrilled. We're seeing businesses really excited about the opportunity to really start donating their food instead of throwing it away. So across the state, we're seeing good progress.
That's great. Councilmember, anybody else have a question or comment? Jackie, do you have enough direction from us to move forward?
Yes, absolutely. Like I said, the next item will be the actual ordinance that we will bring to you for approval, and that will have more specific action items. And so I think at that time, you will have an opportunity also to, add anything else that we need to incorporate. But I want to thank Kara, Primitivo, and Lena for all their support and guidance through this process, because they've helped us a lot in crafting our ordinance, and they have been incredible partners in this process.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you, Jen.
Thank you. And you can see Dimitri finally got his camera.
Can I say a few words?
Goodbye. Again, keep it brief. They told us to keep it brief.
Very quickly, Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem and council members, I just want to say a very sincere, heartfelt thank you for 4.5 beautiful years of my career in West Hollywood. And I'm very grateful to the support I got from David, from Jackie, from Oscar, from Steve Campbell, and pretty much everyone else in West Hollywood. And I just wanted to wish all of you peace and prosperity, and let's stay in touch. Thank you so much.
Congratulations and
Thank
good.
you.
Yes, congratulations.
Thank you, Councilmember D'Amico.
Okay, I think we will take a break now, and if we can come back at 8:15. Does that work? All right, see you. Okay, so let's see, we're waiting for Mayor Pro Tem, and Councilmember Horvath is here.
Do your dogs like thunder and lightning, Mayor?
My dogs don't seem to, I mean, they notice it, but it doesn't seem to really bother them, except when we were just out walking and that wasn't super pleasant.
I was walking back from Kelson's and I was like, where did this all come from?
My other dogs were much more nervous about thunder and lightning. Molly used to move furniture to hide, and Spike just used to bark at the thunder. He was like, what? Gonna bark at you. Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem Shine is just coming back in. There she is.
Excellent. Okay, so we are now going to hear item 5B, what we've all been waiting for, draft climate action and adaptation plan. I'm going to hand this over to John Kehoe and Robin Eason. It's all yours.
Thank you, Mayor. Bear with me for a second. Let me get the presentation up. Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Thank you. Good evening, members of City Council and the public. My name is Robin Eason. I'm the city's long-range planning and sustainability manager. I go by she, her pronouns, and want to recognize that West Hollywood sits on unceded Tombikish territory. It is a privilege of mine tonight to provide a hopefully quick presentation on WeHo Climate Action, which is an update to the city's 2011 Climate Action Plan. In December 2019, the city hired a team of professionals, as you see on the slide, to assist us in outreach and development of the plan. And tonight I am joined by Ari Simon from Inner and Outer Engagement and Chris Reed from the city's team at Bureau Happold. So I wanted to begin by touching on our WeHo Climate Action process. We began this process in early 2020 with the intent to establish an aspirational yet achievable roadmap for carbon neutrality and for climate adaptation. In doing so, we were also very keen on seeking perspectives not only of the community at large, but also specific subpopulations within the city, honoring Indigenous knowledge and in integrating these perspectives into climate science. But given all that came with 2020, unprecedented pandemic, racial uprisings, a pivotal national election, this planning process became about all of those things, but so much more. How West Hollywood can pivot and be nimble during times of unexpected disruption, how the city can improve upon its resilience in future years, how sustainability can foster connectedness and social cohesion through public space and green space and parks, and how the draft plan can not only be a time capsule for this period, but also sharpen the nexus between housing security, public health, social justice, et cetera. So we started this project like we start every project, which is an analysis of existing conditions. This really included looking at all of the great efforts citywide that touch climate action, but also the progress we made on our 2011 Climate Action Plan. In that document, just to level set everybody, sought to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 20 to 25% by 2035. And as Chris will discuss next, that document, we really exceeded those goals 17 years earlier than planned. By consistently implementing plan actions, leveraging advancements in technology, and also the great state actions to get us further along in our climate action goals from a state perspective. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Chris Reed to talk a little bit about our GHG emissions inventory and our pathway to carbon neutrality.
Thank you, Robin, and thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members for the opportunity to present today. In front of you is a chart that shows community-wide emissions as of 2018, which was the most recent year that complete data was available when this inventory was completed. You'll see that emissions largely come from fossil fuels combustion, whether that's the gasoline and diesel that's used in vehicles, as seen in the purple for on-road transportation, or natural gas that is used for within buildings for space heating and hot water, and that's the dark gray component there. Some emissions come from electricity use in light gray, although this number is decreasing as the electric grid shifts to renewable sources. Product use represents, in yellow, represents emissions from the refrigerants that were used in air conditioning and other sources. And then finally in blue represents the emissions that come from landfill waste. And when it decomposes, it produces methane gas. And a lot of this comes from organic waste, such as food and yard waste. Let's go to the next slide. And actually, West Hollywood has the lowest per capita emissions of all of the West Side cities, as well as the city of Los Angeles. WeHo is the most walkable city in California, and its compact urban form and ongoing commitment to climate action lead to this smaller carbon footprint. Let's go to the next slide. What we wanted to ask, really, although the footprint is quite small, can we get it to zero? Can we get close to carbon neutrality? And this was a multi-part process. Next slide. So starting from our 2008 baseline and comparing it with 2018, Robin mentioned that the city has already exceeded its 2030 target of reducing emissions by 20 to 25%. We're already at 31% as of 2018. And in this effort, looking out to 2045, which is when the state has set the target for carbon neutrality across the California state economy. Let's go to the next slide. Okay, this started with an analysis of business as usual or a do nothing scenario. So if we did nothing further and none of the policies that are currently in the pipeline were enacted, we would see a gradual rise in emissions from 2018 through 2045, rising with population growth and economic growth. And this would roughly equate to about a 21% drop from the 2008 baseline. But we know that this is probably not realistic. So next we looked at business as planned. And business as planned considers all of the policies and initiatives that were already planned for as of the beginning of this effort. So you see this sharp drop from 2018 to 2019. That represents the drop in electricity emissions from joining the Clean Power Alliance and moving people to more renewable energy. You'll also see that the yellow bar, which represents transportation, also decreases over time with improvements in transportation technology, such as electric vehicles. And as well, waste, which we just heard about, we'll see some improvements in reducing waste sector emissions as well, in line with the targets from the state and Athens services as well. Let's go to the next slide. So taking a step back, we also want to consider what is technically and economically feasible to achieve by 2045. So in blue, you have that business as usual that steadily increases. The sort of light green is business as planned, which is where we would be if we did nothing further. And then green, the dark green, shows carbon neutral, which is essentially what would happen if we successfully implement all of the measures within WeHo Climate Action. Now, there are some residual emissions which remain from those sectors that we do not have viable technology replacements for at the moment. This includes things like heavy-duty vehicles and refrigerants. And so in order to get to zero, in future years, we'll need to rely upon either technology advancements or carbon offsets. And those are things that would be defined as this plan is updated over time. Let's go to the next slides. So in addition to climate mitigation, which focuses on reducing greenhouse gas emissions, this plan also includes climate adaptation, which is adapting and responding to the changes in our local climate that are unavoidable, that we already know are here and will continue to impact our community. This starts with a climate vulnerability assessment that looks at key vulnerabilities across a number of physical and social attributes across the city of West Hollywood. Let's go to the next slide. The main findings from this were that actually West Hollywood is very well positioned geographically and as well as with its social services. And so we see that it's less vulnerable to climate hazards than the rest of the greater Los Angeles region. However, we still will see increasing climate hazards, including increased temperatures, heat waves, extreme rain events, as well as the impacts of regional climate change issues such as drought and wildfires. Finally, we know that climate change does not impact everyone equally, and that there are certain population groups and individuals that will be hit first and worst by climate change. And for that reason, we really tried to center these communities. And with that, I'll turn it over to my colleague, Ari Simon, who will talk about the outreach and engagement process.
Thanks, Chris. Hi, everyone. Hi, members of the public and council and the mayor. It's great to be with you this evening. I'm Ari Simon. I use they, them pronouns. And myself, along with my partner on community engagement, Monique Lopez with Pueblo Planning, have taken a really mindful approach over the past year and a half to really think about what it means to engage West Hollywood residents and community members, especially in the time of COVID-19. So throughout this process, we've incorporated feedback from over 250 participants. It's actually now with our most recent round of engagement that we did just 2 weeks ago, probably closer to 300. We also had participation from regional and statewide climate leaders, as well as some internal engagement with City of West Hollywood staff. So we really started with these one-on-one conversations and strategic check-ins to really listen, to really think about what's already here, what's working, what's not working, where people want to see more, and just really what climate action means to the residents and community members and leaders of West Hollywood. We had one-on-one check-ins with several people from West Hollywood's different advisory boards and commissions. And then really, being mindful of COVID, we really wanted to create a process where people could kind of touch in and give feedback on their own terms, on their own time. So we did flyering outside of high contact areas like grocery stores, and flyering as well as some of the service providers that you'll see in a sec. My colleague Monique Lopez also did listening sessions with the Tongva and Kitsch and other non-Tongva and Kitsch Indigenous community members, as well as some of those high-risk communities that Chris was talking about just before. We had a big survey that some of you, I think, participated in back at around the turn of the calendar year. And all of that feedback really brought us to sort of where we are now in this process, where we've taken all that feedback, incorporated it into the draft, and just a week and a half ago had a draft review session open to the community that's now also available to watch. And as well as we're using Conveo as a web platform to read through the plan, add your comments into the plan, and sort of there's a couple of sort of guiding questions that we're offering the community to sort of jump in and make it easier to participate. You can go to the next slide. So as I was alluding to, there are so many partners that we could not have done this without. I kind of want to first and foremost mention the Sacred Places Institute and really honor and recognize the way in which Indigenous folks were part of and really got to tell their story and speak their truth through this planning process. And in fact, of all of the takeaways from last, or I guess almost 2 weeks ago now, the community listening session, I feel like by and large, a lot of the WeHo community felt like they were most impacted by really getting to hear some of these Indigenous perspectives. And some of those are included in the plan itself. Monique and their team also have a whole curated audio where you can actually listen to segments of some of the conversations that were had with Indigenous community members. And I think they're really powerful. We also got to do outreach with local preschools, the Park and Recs Department through some of their virtual programming, as well as Community Development Corporation for West Hollywood with some of the affordable housing projects here, the library, the LGBT Center, and Essentia as well. Go to the next slide. Yeah.
Chris, you want to take this?
Absolutely. So here's just a glance at the table of contents. It's a very, very rich report, but I promise it engaging read. We had a lot of fun putting it together with plenty of with imagery, and you'll see here some of the things that I ran through before, including some of the technical analysis, as well as a discussion of the climate measures themselves and a spotlight on resilience. Let's go to the next slide. And one of the important aspects here was that we also have quite a bit of narrative that talks about not just those actions that reduce greenhouse gas emissions, but also what are the non-greenhouse gas benefits. And this emerged from our outreach engagement process about really the aspects that everyone that we spoke with wanted to see the intersections with. So this includes things like social justice and the climate crisis, housing security, public health, and food access. And you see here just some of the examples that were given as we approached it. And from here, I believe, yes, the measures within the plan are organized into 5 categories. And these are climate leadership and governance that focuses on lead by example initiatives by the city, as well as partnership boosting efforts across the region. Next is energy. And again, we're really focusing on a future without fossil fuels and how we can move to more and more electric and low carbon sources. Next is transportation, mobility, and public realm, not only focused on getting to alternatives to gasoline and diesel, but also thinking about what it means to have a community that is welcoming and safe for walking, biking, and other non-motorized forms of moving about our community. Finally, we have zero waste, which is really looking to reduce waste at the source and really divert as much as we can away from landfills. And then natural environment. So here we're thinking about all of those aspects that help us reduce emissions and also improve climate resilience by adding greenery. This does have modest greenhouse gas benefits, but it really is about public health as well as biodiversity and ecological health at large. And finally, I think we have this is just a glimpse at what the interior of the plan looks like and some of the aspects here. So you see the climate measure listed right up top. So this is really setting the direction. And then under this, we have sub-actions that get into finer grained detail, including the time frame, the responsible agencies for implementing the action, rough order of magnitude cost, and funding sources. And then in the top right, we have those climate action co-benefits that I was speaking about earlier.
Thanks, Chris. So we wanted to just wrap up by basically acknowledging that we did a spotlight on resilience, I think in some way to sort of recognize the time that we're in, but also recognize, I guess, how nimble and how responsive West Hollywood was able to be during the pandemic, but also ways that we can then continue to improve our adaptive capacity and be prepared in the future for future disruptions. And so we looked at it through 2 lenses: strengthening social infrastructure. It's known that greater social connectivity leads to the ability to access, essential services and resources. So just finding ways that we can bring the community together, everybody knows their neighbor, and when disruption happens, to be able to look out for one another and seek out help as needed. And then the other segment of that is enhancing physical infrastructure. And we've had a few directives that have looked at, solar plus storage in our municipal buildings. We continue to work with Edison on modernizing and hardening underground utilities, developing a digital media signage program, things of that sort. So we wanted to spotlight this in this plan as a precursor to potentially a West Hollywood resilience plan. And with that, I'd just like to close and say that although it's just me and my team standing up here kind of representing this project tonight, this really is the result of repeated collaboration with so many partners, and in particular, city staff that at the time was really working very hard to be responsive to the community. And so I just want to acknowledge that this is really a reflection of their support, their time, their energy, their attention to making this product the best that it can be, and really helping to tell a holistic West Hollywood story. So with that, I will stop sharing my screen and opening it up to any questions anyone has.
Thank you, Robin. So what we'll do is we do have public speakers. So do we want to have questions first or public speakers? Public speakers? Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. Our first speaker this evening for this item is Diane Fort with Southern California Edison. Diane, please press *6 and you will have 2 minutes to provide public comment on item 5B.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and members of the City Council. I'm Diane Forte, Government Relations Manager, Southern California Edison. My comments tonight will simply supplement the letter of support for item 5B that I submitted earlier today. The urgency to act on climate change grows more serious each year, and Edison commends the city's environmental leadership and urges the City Council to adopt WeHo Climate Action Draft Plan. SCE is committed to serving the needs of California's clean energy future and is modernizing and hardening our distribution system and leveraging sophisticated hardware and software to manage an increasingly complex and intelligent grid. There are additional benefits to a clean energy future beyond greenhouse gas reduction. As we electrify vehicles and buildings, the economics of energy will change. The increased load will allow us to spread the fixed costs of delivering electricity across more electrons, and that puts downward pressure on electricity rates. We at Southern California Edison are working on programs and incentives to help customers access these clean technologies, such as EV charging infrastructure programs. We would also like to thank the City of West Hollywood staff for the ongoing partnership with SCE. We look forward to continuing to collaborate with the city to achieve the goal of a carbon neutral future, and that will benefit WeHo residents from greatly reduced greenhouse gas emissions and result in cleaner air, better quality of life, and new economic opportunities. Thank you very much for this opportunity, and I encourage the support of this item today. Thank you.
Thank you, Diane. Our next speaker will be Jordan David. Jordan, please press *6 and you will have 2 minutes to provide comment on item 5B.
Hi, this is Jordan David. I'm calling from occupied Tongva lands, and I'm a voter in West Hollywood elections. I really want to thank all the staff that worked so hard to put this draft together. I did attend the presentation that was given recently, as well as reviewing the draft itself. Based on the most up-to-date studies, I'd like to request the following adjustments be made to the draft. All goals should be expedited into a 5-year plan rather than 15 years. We simply don't have that long. Make the goal to reduce carbon emissions by 100% and nothing less, certainly not 30%. Create permanent positions for Indigenous people as well as qualified scientists in city planning. Focus on public transportation and a move away from car culture instead of focusing on personal vehicles. Reimagine green space into Indigenous plant life with biodiversity. Mandate building solutions rather than just suggesting them or offering incentives. Begin land acknowledgements at every meeting immediately. Give a plot of land back to Indigenous people. And lastly, pass a series of resolutions to encourage the end of fossil fuel use nationwide. Please adopt these into the final report. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Jordan. Our next speaker is Daniel Reif. Daniel, please press *6 and you will have 2 minutes to provide comment on item 5B.
Hi. Hi, there's Daniel, LA County resident. As a county resident, I do care about the future of climate justice. I understand that it can't be done in one insular climate action plan. With that said, I do appreciate staff and the progressive leadership in this climate action plan. I do offer adjustments in solidarity with others to the final report that I would like to see, because I was also able to attend the community outreach meeting and was happy to read the plan itself as well. As an insular action plan, I do believe it also needs to expand and challenge neighboring cities, neighboring states, our entire country, and be a blueprint for stronger climate justice. We don't have 15 years. We have to the end of this decade. So we must expedite all these goals into a 5-year plan. We can't reduce carbon emissions by 30%. We must do it by 100%. We can't do this without recognizing, we can't do climate justice without recognizing decolonization, and must include permanent positions for Indigenous people in any climate justice, in any climate action. We must also reimagine green space to include Indigenous plant life and biodiversity. We must give land back, full plots of land back to our local Indigenous nations. Also, we need to mandate building solutions. As already said, we can't just provide incentives to landlords to improve buildings. We don't have time for incentivizing. We must get to work. And my final note is that we must, of course, focus on public transportation and provide an environment that's easier for our actual workers who must commute out of the city. Most of them must commute out of the city into the city to work for the residents. And those are my words. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Daniel. Our next and final speaker on this item is Stephanie Harker. Stephanie, please press *6 and you will have 2 minutes to provide comment on item 5B.
Stephanie Harker, City of West Hollywood. Many of us have seen a post of Greta Thunberg's recent address. It began, quote, net zero by 2050, blah, 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 green economy, blah, 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 climate net neutrality, blah, blah, blah. Words that sound great, but so far have led to no action, end quote. I hope WeHo's climate action plan, as extensive as it is, can lead to actual and expedited actions. I implore the council and the city to find ways to immediately fight what is the most important issue of all time. Thank you to Mayor Pro Tem Shine and Councilmember Erickson for a ban on single-use plastic, and to Jackie Rocco for item 5A tonight. I would like to hear an item on every council agenda about climate action, as well as the Planning Commission's agendas, as they are tasked with adding 4,000 new units in 8 years. Take immediate steps to enforce established laws, for instance, ban leaf blowers, gas blowers, and make laws like the one in England banning vehicles on public highways for unnecessary idling, particularly rideshare vehicles, and require some solar from all developers. If we wait 24 years, we are doomed. It's a comprehensive plan, but please don't let us fall into Thunberg's blah, blah, blah category. Get more of us citizens involved. Send out as many flyers to citizens about climate action as we do about parades and marathons. Climate change is red alert. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie. Mayor, that was our final speaker on this item.
Thank you very much. Who would like to start with questions, comments? Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. I do have some questions and then some comments. I just want to, Chris, well, first of all, thank you to staff and the team for this extensive report and plan. It is really impressive. I have some questions regarding some of the things you said, Chris, that by 2045, the plan is to reduce emissions by 87%. Is that correct?
That is what we're showing in our forecast, and being on the path to carbon neutrality.
Okay. And so in the plan, I think you said we can declare by 2045 that we're carbon neutral if we get to 87%. Is there a certain percentage that a city can claim that they're carbon neutral? Is that what is that threshold?
It's a good question. So 87% reduction means that there will still be emissions resulting from human activities within West Hollywood. So for the rest of them, we need to sequester the equivalent amount of emissions through carbon offset programs, such as tree planting. The other option is technology improvements.
Got it. And there's two things you mentioned that because of the lack of innovation so far, that refrigerant and heavy vehicles, unless there is you mentioned that unless that technology advances within this time frame, those prevent us from having a higher percentage as well. Is that right?
Based on our current knowledge today, yes. And this is a challenge that the climate community is focusing on. The state is certainly has a lot of activity, research and development activity in these areas.
Great. I also noticed in the different aspects of what is being proposed and plans, there's costs associated with them, as well as a time frame, short, medium, and long term. Do putting goals in these different slots also determine the time period from now until 2045?
Yes, so this was also used to inform that exercise of putting the chart together of the carbon neutrality. So that is all taken into account.
Okay. I really personally appreciate that the state has come up with a 2045 date for carbon neutrality. Things that happen at the state, they happen through a lot of compromise with cities that some are similar to West Hollywood and many that are not, as far as how progressive we are. And I personally feel 2045 is very late to get to these goals. Urgency. Diane Forte is right. We are in an urgent climate crisis. And I think we need to get there. And honestly, this is even late, but we need to prioritize our commitments to the environment, because that commitment is not only to the environment, but to us, is to our children. While, I'm 44, I look at this climate crisis and I think, oh my gosh, maybe I'll live another 30 years. My niece, who is just turned 4, will soon be learning how much anxiety she's going to have. This is my great niece, actually, for the rest of her life. And this is anxiety that is completely preventable if we act aggressively and act swiftly and urgently. Some of these things, biodiversity, we have already had initiatives, and we're going to be speaking about green space and what to do with those. We really, in my opinion, need to get there by 2030. So that is what I would like us to have as our goal, because if the goal is sooner, we will prioritize. And Stephanie Harker is absolutely right. We're going to be building probably at least 4,000 units, more units in West Hollywood, if not more, in the next 8 years, which will impact greatly what the effect on the environment. And if we have 2030 as our goal, that impact can be shifted as well. So those are my thoughts. I'm really eager to hear from our colleagues.
Councilmember Erickson.
Thank you so much, Mayor, and thank you to all the public that called in, as well as to Robin and the entire team for all of the work that they've done. I greatly appreciate it, and I know how much dedication, and I also know, Robin, you also really care about this issue, and so I know how much diligence you put into all of this work. So I really want to thank you personally, because it's a job, yes, but I also know that you are a climate fighter for all of us and all of that stuff. So thank you. I do agree with my colleague Mayor Pro Tem Shine, I think there's a few things that we could start doing as of the next meeting potentially that are easy here. I would like to see a land acknowledgement before every council meeting. I think that this council's said that before. It would be nice to have that read into the record every time. I think that as the more and more we hear this, the more and more we have to recognize the land that we are on. So if my colleagues are amenable to it, I would love that to be added to agendas, and then to have our mayor and or city clerk at the time say that publicly and acknowledge it. I think it's precedent and it's policy. So I would like to see that happen moving forward. I want to thank two of my colleagues, but we all passed it regarding the reimagining green space on commercial green spaces. I know that that is being done and actively worked on. People know I really care about transportation and all of those things, but I would like to see that stuff accelerated. And it looks like we are doing that with Fountain and Santa Monica, as well as all the other issues that we're moving forward. So it's nice to see that. I guess then, in regards to how we can start talking about this, and maybe this is a question for Chris or Robin to just piggyback off of what Mayor Pro Tem said, is that if I were to tell you or ask you, I wouldn't tell you. If I were to ask you, if I said, could you get here by 2030, what would you say to me? And so that is an open-ended question. But I think as we've seen with carbon emissions, which are a huge aspect of our climate aspect here with Santa Monica, Melrose, Beverly, Fountain, all of those things outside of our control. I mean, we can't invent the technology ourselves, but that has to come. But, you know, I guess my challenge and my open-ended question to you as the experts here is, if I were to say, or if we were all as a council to say, you know, this is a climate emergency. I mean, heck, next week we could all be in Huntington Beach or Newport Beach picking up what we could do for a local oil spill that doesn't have anything to do with our community here, but as we're seeing, it's hitting our beaches in Santa Monica and in our district, and so we have to all do our part. But you know, I would love to have, maybe you could talk about this, if we were to say, could you move this up and expedite it? What's the answer? What do we got to do? What direction do you need? Because I would like to see this rapidly accelerated, because when I was running for city council, I remember we had a really great forum and a lot of people said COVID and rental assistance, and I said climate change. I was the only one that said climate change is the biggest issue impacting our city. I'm 36, I just turned 36. I'm saying that as a gay man. You know, I know the mayor, former Mayor Horvath looks much younger than me. So there we go. So, but I still am 36, but ultimately, you know, this is something that's gonna impact us. And as we've all seen, you know, the whole environment and world is gonna look very different in 10 years. And, you know, the heats are going up, temperatures, sea level, all that stuff. So 2030, can you do it? And if not, what do we need to do to tell you to how we can do it? Robin, Chris, whoever wants to take that question.
Yeah, I'll start, and maybe we can get Chris as the expert's opinion. I think one way to look at it is, you know, for our 2011 cap, the intent there, at least the thought at the time, was that it was going to take us 25 years at that time to get to 25% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions by 2035. And here we are in 2021, and really we've exceeded that in 2018. So that's 7 years after that cap was adopted. And so I kind of see the same thing happening here, where, you know, just given this council meeting, we already have a number of items that are directed for staff to do that are recommendations in this plan already. I think if anything, what we should consider is maybe prioritizing items around transportation and building emissions, because those are the two greatest emissions in our city, and think about ways that we can prioritize actions that reduce emissions in those sectors, where we can start to meet some of those interim targets at 2025 and at 2035. And that also then allows for some time for technology to kind of take its course. And I think we also just need to be mindful too that, you know, we're coming out of a pandemic. And so, you know, there's some financial strain across the board, the city, property owners, et cetera, that we should probably be sensitive to as we move into the next few years. And so just thinking about all those things, you know, is 2030 possible? I think we can do a lot in 9 years. It may not be carbon neutrality, but it would likely be very aggressive by then that we reduce our greenhouse gas emissions based on that business as planned scenario. So, Chris, I don't know if you have any thoughts on that.
The only thing I would say was that those of us who have the ability to get to carbon neutrality sooner absolutely ought to do so. And we can think about actions such as city operations as one thing that we could do. Though one thing that I would warn is that we need to think carefully about the equity ramifications of accelerating actions and consider, for instance, that we don't only need to address emissions in new buildings, but also existing buildings. So that has major implications if we're going to be conducting widespread retrofits, and we can't just mandate them and ask people to pay for them themselves. So we have to go about it deliberately in order to meet multiple objectives.
Chris, I think you're reading my notes on my page personally, so I don't know, but I think when we look at mandating building solutions or working with our local existing landlords or individuals that have it, I think it's really important for us to look at how we could draft reasonable proposals for not just the new buildings, but what incentives could the city provide to specifically address older buildings. I mean, we get emails every day from renters who say, the water's leaking, to everything else, these small fixes, but they add up. And it would be great to see in another iteration of this, Robin, or maybe what that would look like. What are some of those incentives that as a small local city, so being really, understanding of who we are and where we are fiscally and ultimately, are there grants? I mean, half of our residents didn't know that you could apply for FEMA grants for COVID related deaths. And that's something that we did. I mean, we have our congressman advocating, right now to make sure that we are a part of some of that major transportation funding to come our way for the Metro Crenshaw Northern Extension. I mean, all of that stuff. Is there other ways that we can prioritize this from federal funding as well, or county funding? For what we could see and what maybe the future iteration of our county board of supervisors looks like and how we can prioritize that. I think that's important. I think those type of climate goals are what we need to do. So those are just all my thoughts. It sounds like we can get there. It sounds like we can be very aggressive. So it's great to see how we can continue to move that forward. Those are my comments. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Horvath. Oh, Councilmember D'Amico.
Lindsay, did you want to go? Well, thank you. That's a nice introduction to my thoughts on this plan. I think two sort of tracks of thought in this, Robin, are the sort of resilience in future years and the time capsule that this will become. And I think it's okay if I say this, and you'll understand the spirit in which it's meant. But the 2008 plan, adopted and carried forward, had in it a single line that said, "We need to have a sustainability expert on staff." And I happened to find that plan and write a staff report and said, "When are we going to do this? It's already 2013 and we don't have a sustainability expert on staff," and brought a few other items forward, and then you had a job, right? And an amazing job, and you're doing an amazing job. And I think part of my thoughts about this document as a time capsule is that one set of things, and it's a big set, that I think are missing are all of the items that the city has brought forward with respect to sustainability and climate change and targets and reach goals and net zero policies, because it's not a one-to-one relationship. In fact, sometimes it's 5-to-1 and sometimes it's 0-to-1. But in almost every one of the goals that you list, one of the 5 of us or one of the 13 previous council members have authored an item and brought it forward, and it exists on our books. And so I think that there's an addendum to this, and it maybe doesn't need to come with this document, but it should be available, that says, here's the 35-year, 7-year, 40 whatever 38-year history of our city. Here's what we've been doing. And here's why these goals make sense. Here's why we reached this 28% or 31% in half the time we were supposed to, because we all take it very seriously and do what we can when we can. And in fact, I think that's one thing is that somewhere in the document it says the city was founded 60 years ago, and it wasn't. It was founded in 1984. So that's a small thing we might want to pick up and correct. The other thing that I think is missing from this, and in the development of policies around new buildings, but really we, all of us, began to talk about projects that were being developed outside of our sort of existing zoning, needed to have a target of being carbon neutral. So if you wanted a general plan change or a development agreement, you had to show that the building you were building was going to have less impact than the building that was allowed. And number one, I don't see that in this plan. And I was told at the time that, and I admittedly didn't follow up on it, and I'm doing that now, and I apologize, but I was told at the time that that would be one of the policies that would be brought forward, that, we would do one of two things. One, not let a building be built that had more impact on the environment than the underlying zoning would allow. And two, that perhaps that could even extend to the existing building. So you have a 10-unit dingbat and you tear it down and you make a 20-unit, apartment building, just in regular moving forward codes, reach codes, regular codes, it would have less impact. And I think, so here's how that affects policy discussions. You get to say to the neighbors of that building, yes, it's bigger, but it has a smaller footprint in our environment. And I think that is a very powerful thing to say to people who are concerned about their neighborhoods. And so I'd like to see that as a goal. And I guess that brings me to the final discussion. And I think it was Chris who said, we can't mandate net zero retrofits. And in fact, I think we can, and I've just been waiting for this plan in order to bring that item back. We mandated seismic upgrades to buildings, and property owners are paying for it. And we, as a city, have a very strong policy, and I believe all three of us from the last council on this council strongly supported that tenants should not pay for upgrades to buildings that are owned by landlords. And I would argue that net zero retrofits are the cost of doing business in 2021, just like seismic upgrades were the cost of doing business in 2015. So I'm challenging you to change what you say to small cities around Southern California, that in fact, you can mandate that. It's just whether you have the stomach to do it, would be my guess. I don't know. Maybe the city attorney will ding me on stepping so far ahead. But so those things, I think, Robin, are super important. I think we need to understand this as a time capsule, and that somebody like me 8 years from now will get into one of these seats and be nosing through it, like a pig looking for truffles. And then boom, they'll find this really amazing idea that sadly the city, a well-meaning city full of well-meaning people, skipped over. And then it will change the future history of the city with respect to that. But I think if you don't have all the information there, it's hard to know what you're missing or not missing. So those are my comments. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Horvath.
Thank you so much. I think the key word here is action, and that's a consistent theme through my colleagues' comments and from the comments we heard from the public. And thank you to everyone who has participated and offered their suggestions. I had a peripheral view into the development of the county sustainability plan. And so I know it's award-winning, standard setting for counties, and that's wonderful. But again, it's all about what do you actually do with that award-winning standard setting plan. And so I'm curious to know how what you've outlined for us in West Hollywood, what relationship it has to the broader county, and how we can see those, sort of the interplay of the goals that are being set regionally. Because our 1.9 square miles, it makes sense that we have a small carbon footprint compared to some other cities, based on our size, but I also want it to be based on our practices, not just our size.
Yeah, Christy, you want to maybe comment on that, given your work with the county?
Sure, yeah, and Ari also worked with me on that county sustainability plan effort. We definitely recognize throughout this plan that like partnerships are key. So from thinking about transit improvements that certainly we need to look to external agencies, to thinking about water systems that transcend city boundaries, as well as thinking about what does it mean to manage wildfire in a way that recognizes traditional ecological knowledge. So there are actions spread throughout the plan that speak to the city's role as a contracting city, as well as an advocate within a larger region to move greater Los Angeles towards a more sustainable and carbon neutral future.
I think that's important that we've identified those key opportunities, because I think that interrelationship, not only can we be leading and pushing other cities to do things, but we can also push the broader county infrastructure to be adopting things that we're leading the way on as well. You referenced in your answer another topic I wanted to talk about, which is water. I understand, you've created certain buckets in terms of how you're theming our conversation, but I think water is a consistent theme and has been for the past, 15, 20 years at least. And, with drought being a recurring emerging topic, with the oil disaster that we saw in the water that we referenced in our discussion earlier today, even just the daily emptying of water table water and current construction projects into our stormwater drains rather than preserving what is usable water. I'm wondering, I wonder if you could speak a bit to some of the more aggressive action items we could take in relationship to water, given the sense of urgency we have around it as a natural resource in our climate.
Yes, so we have a climate measure that's focused on water management, and the principle here is really getting to the natural water cycle. And because currently we rely upon, and the region relies largely upon imported water. We use it once, and then we flush it down the drain, and then we treat it. And so when we, when we are thinking about improved water management, we're thinking about conservation at the tap. We are thinking about reuse, such as rainwater cisterns, and then even going a little bit beyond and thinking about what might it look like to recycle gray water that is collected from sinks and showers, and using water more than just once, and so that we can get more to the balance that existed before colonization. So that is really reflected in here as well.
So I would say incorporating the water that we have within our, within our boundary, and that is usable water that we're just letting go into drains. I would like to see that water also play a starring role in terms of how we're creating this plan, because I think it's an easy opportunity for us to use the resources that we have before, rather than contributing. In some ways, it feels like exponentially to that water that is then wasted. So I would like to see us focus a little bit more on that. And then I guess something that feels a little bit more tangible during COVID, and I think moving forward, we've had this outdoor expansion of our businesses. And I think that has proven to be beneficial for the economy, beneficial for public health. I'm wondering if we've measured in any way the environmental impact of expanding our businesses outdoors, and whether that has brought concerns, suggestions, ideas about the environmental impact of expanded business operations into outdoor spaces.
Yeah, that's an excellent question, Council Member. I feel like that's a little bit of a nascent topic. I know that I've been talking with some other cities, in particular about any kind of like impacts to water use from having kind of outdoor dining and things like that. I will say one of the areas that we weren't able to fully mature in this process is our engagement with the business community, just because of the timing, and all of them were so concerned about just surviving. Kind of felt like it would be improper to engage them about this project as they were just trying to keep their heads above water. So one of the things that we're going to do with Global Green and that partnership directive is to actually have that process be a full engagement with our business community, to talk to them a bit about how they see themselves situated in the climate action responsibility. And I think one of the things that we can do during that process is understand, both from their perspective, but also from patrons' perspective, of the impacts of outdoor dining on public health and on greenhouse gas emissions, and have a supplemental document to this plan regarding all the things that we find from that process.
Great. I'm glad to hear that's being contemplated and how this plan, once again, will be put into action, because I think that's a critical component to making demonstrable impact. And I think it's a way that people will be able to witness what a community that operates differently and thinks intentionally about consumption, what that really looks like, and impact on the environment. So those were some things that I wanted to highlight. There's so much to talk about, but not much to critique. From my point of view, I think I understand it's a team effort, and I want to thank the entire team who brought this plan forward. But I do think it takes an excellent leader to bring excellence. And I want to thank you, Robin, for your excellence in leadership and bringing this plan forward. I think when we had our climate action plan back in 2008, it was standard setting and award winning. And it took diligent, careful implementation of all of those measures for us to get to this point. And I believe that we will once again do that with this plan through your leadership and your continued investment in our community. So thank you to everyone, especially to you, Robin. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Horvath. So first of all, I'm really glad that Councilmember Horvath brought up water, because that's one of my favorite topics. And to also piggyback on what Councilmember D'Amico talked about, with all of the items that we have brought forward over the last 10 years or whatever it is, that really have not been implemented yet. I remember we had a potable water for construction mitigation item, because we are wasting potable water on dust mitigation, for example. And one of the reasons that we were told by staff that it couldn't be done is because then we would be creating other environmental impacts by having trucks having to bring water, or it wasn't available to have non-potable water come into the city. And so, I mean, I would love for us to look at that again and see what advancements have been made. I know that the city of Beverly Hills at one point was working on using groundwater for various landscaping, et cetera, and maybe they figured it out or someone else has figured it out. We also now have electric vehicles, which shouldn't be causing as much of an impact to our air quality. So things like that, things we brought up before that we've been told that they couldn't be done or we're not there yet. I think maybe we're close or we are there. And so I'd like to relook at those items. I know that when I walk in the morning and I go by the Melrose Triangle and I see gallons and gallons of water going into our sewer system, it just makes me crazy. It's like, why can't we figure out a way to use that water, whether it's for landscaping, a bioswale, something that's productive, rather than seeing all that water going to waste. I love the connection with Tonga and non-Tonga indigenous people and the focus on land use and nature and trees and biodiversity. I also like the connection to hazard mitigation and resiliency because these are emergency management issues, not only climate action planning issues. So I'm hoping that they will be incorporated in our hazard mitigation plan when that gets revised, because as I'm learning, climate change is a major hazard, and it's a hazard that that before wasn't usually considered in hazard mitigation plans, but it has to be now. Extreme heat, drought, all of these things. What I notice is that a lot of the plan is based on transportation, and which is great. But we have less control over ridership with people driving through the city, and Metro will help with that, but we don't know how many local trips will really be eliminated within West Hollywood. So I think we can focus on the local level by seeing, as we've all been talking about, what's actionable. So, creating an urban forest, green space, public spaces with more trees, more green around our commercial buildings, looking at land use issues like that. And again, we brought forward a number of items, and these are things that we can do because we have control over them. We have control over our zoning code, whereas we may not have control over who drives through our city versus taking the train. So if we can, do what we can do at a local level, because we have control, I think that would be helpful. We know that like 40% of our carbon emissions are related to construction in the built environment. So we need to design more in concert with nature so we can reduce energy demands and best practices for energy conservation and making healthier living spaces and healthier working spaces. Are all things that we can do at a local level with our zoning code. And I believe that Council Member D'Amico brought up the same thing about, we just have to have the political will to do that. So I think that's where I'm at, that I would like to see, some additional focus on what things we can be doing immediately. And these are all things, again, that we have, all of us have brought forward green items and trees, more trees, and vegetation and biodiversity and all of that. And so that would be, for me, that's what I would like to see, is a real focus on that. We've had rooftop garden items, green setbacks, protecting our ecosystem. And these are all things that we have 100% control over through our zoning ordinance. So that's what I'd like to see. I'd also like to see a picture of the five of us in this in this book. Even if we can't be together, you can get us on Zoom, and there we are. I think it's important, we're updating it. Let's get our current council members all in there. I think that those are, I think that's my direction. Councilmember Erickson?
Thank you so much, Mayor. I was wondering if we could expedite the land acknowledgement aspect at our next council meeting and meetings moving forward. I think that would be great, if there's no disagreement. But then also, and I know when they've done this at staff before, maybe it's something we can talk about for future usage. Robin, when it comes down to in our staff reports, how could we add a section for climate action accountability, so that way when we see how it meets our common core goals, how is this leading to or addressing issues in our climate action plan? I think every staff item should have something acknowledged towards that. So how could we add that to even our policy process with stuff that gets brought forward? And that also addresses some stuff that you're saying, Mayor, regarding development projects, regarding a lot of stuff that, you know, a lot of these development projects come and you're talking about the water. I remember when I worked for Councilmember Land, we talked about gray water a lot with the water water conservancy issues that she was doing. And it was really difficult at that time, but it would be great to see if that could be added to the thing as well. And then just as a minor way in which we could look at the communications on water conservancy from the city, although I know they're sexy and cute and cool, they're not really based in some science. So I think we would want to make sure that if whatever we have with our water conservancy education campaigns is more scientifically based than more than, you know, some of the stuff that's been shown in the past.
Yes, we have a couple of hands. So Councilmember Horvath, then Councilmember D'Amico.
Thank you. On the land acknowledgement, actually, Councilmember D'Amico and I did bring that item forward and gave direction to staff at least a year ago, I think, to do exactly that. So to the point about items that are already in the works, I think it's important that we're actually implementing what we're passing. I think with regard to inclusion in the actual document, I don't know that our photographs are legally allowed to, because our images are only allowed to be in certain kinds of documents, but I think our names can be on it, given that it was the time, but not our images. So I don't want to do anything that we're not legally allowed to do, but I hear you, Mayor, that we want to make sure we're all putting our fingerprints on this and making sure that it is reflective of this moment. And I think the focus on transportation, you know, if we're able to make meaningful change in transportation, that's a third of our contributing GHGs from what we saw. So I think it makes sense that that's a prioritized issue. And I think there are many more aspects to the transportation narrative that I hope we're sort of looking at the interrelationship of that framework. And I know our item tonight is a receive and give direction. I know we've given direction, but if a motion is needed, I'm certainly happy to make the motion to support this, continuing this draft process if one is needed.
Mayor Pro Tem? Oh, I'm sorry. Well, Mayor Pro Tem and then Councilman.
I just have a quick question. Robin, you had reference for the community outreach that this has gone to advisory boards and it is going to go to businesses. Has it already gone to the Social Justice Task Force, or is it going to be going there for input?
Yeah, so we've engaged the advisory board and commissions through an appointee system early on in the process. We haven't gone to all of the boards and commissions to present this plan in full to them, although we've encouraged them to come to our community engagement process. And in some of that outreach, the Social Justice Task Force was included in that.
They were, okay. Right, thank you.
Councilmember D'Amico?
Yeah, I just wanted to bring up, I think John Erickson raised that every staff report should identify its commitment to this climate action plan. And currently, and this was from the same staff report that got Robin hired, we identified that in each staff report, it needed to talk about its environmental sustainability and impact on environmental sustainability and health. And so that's already in every staff report. But I think, John, you raised the point that maybe remakes the point I was making, which is that that the world moves forward, and sort of simply commenting on a staff report's impact on sustainability and health is different than how this furthers the goal of the climate action plan. So I'm very much checked into what you're saying, and I appreciate your sort of new way of looking at how to further these things, because, you know, we we only knew what we knew when we knew that, and it was only, what, 6 years ago. But I think all of us have a renewed interest in things furthering our goals as opposed to merely capturing their impact on them. And so I just wanted to say that this is an example of how if we can keep in mind what we're trying to do and do it every time, then it will have, I think, the impact we're looking for. Thank you.
And if I might just acknowledge your comment, Councilmember D'Amico, and also yours, Councilmember Erickson, both, that I think there's tremendous appetite for this from the community as well. And what we've really heard through the engagement process, I mean, I think one of the more salient points that came out of our last meeting was just not just the desire for future engagement or really around the implementation of this, but also a way for especially residents to really be able to see transparently like what other sectors in West Hollywood are doing about climate action. So they know that, you know, if there are kinds of changes that residents are being asked to make to support reducing greenhouse gas emissions, that they know that the business community is also doing this, or, you know, this kind of, you know, this sector of in West Hollywood is doing that. And I think having some way to really be able to kind of keep presenting that and reflecting that is exactly kind of what's being asked for. And I really commend sort of both of your comments on pushing that forward.
Thank you. Are there any other comments? Oh, yes. Council.
I guess I just wanted to hear one last question for Robin. So we gave you a lot of input, and yet this is sort of what we hope is a final draft and something we can adopt soon. And I just don't want to see this next October. I mean, I think we are all really interested in this, you know, getting wrapped up, and I'm happy to hear if, you know, you want to wrap this up and promise an addendum in 3 months or something. But I just would like to hear from you sort of how you experience all this blabbering that we just did and how we're going to turn that into, you know, the next step.
Not blabbering at all. Very, very good and instructive commentary. Thank you all so much for your comments tonight. Yeah, the intent was to use this session as a discussion to get all of the feedback that you all provided us tonight, which has been really helpful. And the intent now is to take about 6 weeks or so to incorporate all of the comments here, all of the comments we got from the final listening sessions and community workshops, and present to you all a final plan in December. So that's our target for next steps, is to get you this document in December with all of the incorporated feedback, and show you how we've done that. One last thing I wanted to say is that since we endeavored into engagement with the Indigenous community with this plan, I've actually been working with Andy Lovano regarding the land acknowledgement policy to just kind of speak to her about some of the things that we've learned through this process. And so the next step, now that we've made inroads with that community, is to then develop a land acknowledgement policy with the Indigenous community to come back with something really solid that's supported by both that community and West Hollywood. So just wanted to give that little update. But Andy and I have been working together throughout the last few months to kind of queue that up so that we can start that project soon.
Great. Thank you so much, Robin. I want to thank Robin and John Keogh and Ari and Chris. We really appreciate your work on this. And the report, it shows. It definitely shows. And thank you for giving us the opportunity to provide comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so now we are going to go to excluded consent calendar. And we have first 2E, which is update regarding returning to in-person hybrid city council meetings. And I think Councilmember D'Amico, you pulled this item. You're mute.
Mute. It's everybody's pleasure when I mute, sometimes including mine. I did actually, because I just, if we're just going to be sitting in a row with masks on and everybody's going to be calling in, what are we actually doing? And is that what we're doing? Maybe I read it and then I reread it, and I probably could have just called Yvonne or Melissa and then you would have explained it. But I think it's worth the public hearing. You know, next time we get together, where are they going to be and where are we going to be? And what's
No,
it
that's
look like?
no, it's great. Thank you, Councilmember D'Amico. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. This is an update from the September 20th meeting, taking into account the direction we were given that night and what we plan to do if the numbers stay where they are, which is hovering around 1.2, 1.3%, is we'll be in a hybrid format and will allow 25% capacity into the council chambers, which works out to roughly 40 individuals that will get to sign up to be in council chambers. They will have to submit to temperature screening and wear a mask the entire time they're indoors. Facilities has worked to purchase barriers that will be placed at the dais, as well as at the staff table and the city clerk's table, to ensure that we have some distance from one another. And there will be no other staff aside from the city manager, city attorney, and city clerk staff. All those presentations will be via Zoom. If someone isn't able to sign up and meet that sign up period, we'll still allow them to come into council chambers, make their comment, and then exit out the front. To avoid touching paper, we're going to have QR codes that people can use to access the agenda, as well as sign up to speak on items that evening. So we will have a little bit of in-person with the council members and select staff members, and then limited public, and then all of the other platforms that we've been using throughout the pandemic available for anyone.
And so we'll also be having masks on at the dais?
Yes, because currently that is the LA County health order. And until that health order changes, we have to wear masks while we're there.
Are there any speakers on this item?
No.
Do we have any other thoughts on this? Councilmember Erickson, you've unmuted yourself.
I saw my colleague, Councilman D'Amico, almost say something, but I was just going to move the item if he didn't want to say anything.
I'm generally not in favor of doing it, but you hold a meeting, I'll show up.
You want to second my motion?
Sure, I'll second your motion.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second on the floor to, if the numbers remain where they are, and we will have a hybrid meeting on October 18th. I will take a roll call vote. Councilmember D'Amico.
Yes.
Councilmember Erickson.
Yes.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Shine.
Yes.
Mayor Meister.
I'll be there with my mask. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Thank you.
Okay, so now it's starting to rain. We're going to 2L. And 2L is co-sponsorship of the annual Boom Alcohol and Drug-Free New Year's Eve event. I believe Councilmember D'Amico, you pulled this item.
I did. And I'll make this quickish. I can't really support this item. I support Boom, and I've supported it every year, and I adore the people who are doing this, and I think it's such a great thing. But I just have to say, like, going to a Zoom event at New Year's Eve when, you know, Andy and Andrew, whatever their names are rocking New Year's Eve, and, you know, CB, like every station has a New Year's Eve thing, and then there are countless numbers of AA meetings online at midnight on New Year's Eve. I know that. I did talk to Jimmy about this. I just think this should be an in-person event. And I know that he, was very strongly saying that there just wasn't an interest in doing this as an in-person event because of the complication of having a tent. And I think, why do you need a tent? They go to Times Square. There's, 500,000 people or more. Nobody's under a tent. And I just think we're going to have a new park. There's going to be all this open space. There's going to be an exciting thing. We can, string up some lights and put out a DJ and have a party in the park. And I just think spending $15,000 to compete with Rockin' New Year's Eve, and I get it. If even one person doesn't use, then we've been a success. But I to close the door because it's raining a little loud. But I just want my colleagues to really think about, if there's some way for us to encourage the people promoting this event to do an in-person outside in our brand new park event. That's what I wanted to say.
We have a couple of speakers. If we can have those speakers comment, and then we'll go.
Thank you, Mayor. Our first speaker on item 2L is Dean Ambrosini. Dean, if you could please press *6, you will have 2 minutes to provide comment on this item. Dean, go ahead and press *6.
Okay. All right.
There you go.
Good evening, Mayor Meister, members of the council. I'm Dean Ambrosini. I'm the project coordinator for the West Hollywood project under the direction of the Institute for Public Strategies and the Global Institute for Public Strategies. And I'm speaking tonight in support of agenda item 2L, co-sponsorship for Boom. I'd like to thank Mayor Pro Tem Shine and Councilmember Erickson and city staff for their assistance in getting this item to the agenda. And also thank the City of West Hollywood and the council for their support of our events over the years. The impact of Boom reaches well beyond a celebration. Boom and its sister events will provide critical support to our recovery community at crucial times of the year when many members of that community experience isolation, which increases the chance of relapse. Boom also encourages movement away from problematic substance use by standing as a drug and alcohol-free, safe celebration. And to address Councilmember D'Amico's comments, confining the magic of Boom to a virtual event has not come without a great deal of planning and creativity. We can't just have a bunch of people sitting around on Zoom with hats and horns waiting for midnight. The planning committee has crafted a studio-produced interactive celebration event, complete with live entertainment, music, and a party in the box shipped to the home of each participant to plan their own celebration according to their own comfort level. Whether it's a house party, a few friends, or just an individual celebration, we have the event covered from start to finish. Events like these have become increasingly popular as COVID has caused us to rethink public gatherings, and we believe that this will be a great success. We also have weather considerations with an open air event, which makes the fiscal funds a little bit sketchy to commit. And we believe that this is a safe way to have an event to protect the public health as well as the events or the funds at stake. Boom's absence was felt last year, and although it was necessary, we felt a very strong commitment to bring it back this year. And with the uncertainty, we don't know where this Delta variant is going to go. We hope it's getting better, but we never know. So we hope that we can count on your support for Boom 2021, and thank you in advance.
Thank you, Dean. Our next and final speaker on this item is Sarah Blanche. Sarah, please press *6, and you will have 2 minutes to provide comment on item 2L.
Good evening, Mayor Meister and honorable council members. I'm Sarah Blanche. I'm Vice President of the Institute for Public Strategies. We are one of the co-producers of Boom, and I don't need to spend a lot of time, selling you on the value of Boom. We have very much appreciated your generous support over the years. Boom wouldn't exist without you. As you know, it's so much more than an event. It's programming for the recovery community. We literally have hundreds of people who have come to the event over the years, thousands cumulatively. And my staff and I are always saying it's one of the most rewarding parts of our jobs to hear the stories from people in recovery and other people within the community about how much Boone means to them and how much it has helped them. So we just, more than anything, I want to thank you for your support over the years. We're excited it's up for vote. I also just wanted to touch on some data that we find very compelling right now, which is it's pretty well documented. Overdose rates are up right now. People are struggling. Use is up. Maybe not as well known that in SPA 4 in LA County, which is home to West Hollywood, there are the highest rates of overdose of anywhere in the county. There were 479 overdose deaths from March to December in 2020 alone. And the second highest SPA was had 100 fewer during that same time period. So we feel the pressure to support the community with Boom to quickly address Councilmember D'Amico's concerns. We certainly appreciate we're all struggling with this dynamic of what to do during the pandemic. We, for the reasons Dean laid out, thought it would be safer and also actually more fiscally responsible to come up with a very well-produced, engaging party in a box that encouraged people to have smaller gatherings that might be safer, that directly supported the West Hollywood community as we have done in the past. We would never want it to be just a, gloomy Zoom boom. We really look to have it be very produced and engaging. So we are excited that you're going to be voting tonight, and we hope we'll get your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Mayor, that was our final speaker on this item.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I think Dean and Sarah really addressed some of the key points. And Councilmember D'Amico, this has really been community and producer driven. Councilmember Erickson and I have just really wanted to be as supportive as we can to finally, after now 2 prides and 1 New Year, have an event for the sober community that is co-sponsored by our city. Our original discussions were about having an in-person event, but as the Delta variant came out and all of these other factors and potential future worries, we really listened to community. So that's why we're supporting the virtual event. Thank you.
Councilmember Horvath.
I'm happy to move the item.
I'll second it.
Roll call, please. Unless there are more comments. Councilmember D'Amico, no.
Thank you. Councilmember D'Amico.
No.
Councilmember Erickson.
Yes.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Shine.
Yes.
Mayor Meister.
Yes.
The motion passes, noting the no vote of Councilmember D'Amico.
Okay, thank you very much. Now we're going to move on to 2O, ban on plastic products in food service. Councilmember D'Amico.
He's doing all the staff reports like he said.
I think I pulled more items this evening than I have in my previous 10 years. So I support this item, but what I am, what I'm concerned about, and it's, I think in some way I just want to point out what might make items like these, for me, be more understandable in terms of its trajectory from idea to implementation. And what I don't see in the recommendations is a discussion of how to implement this and when that discussion is going to happen. And, 60 days, we get an ordinance, but there's nothing in here about identifying how this would be implemented. Who are the people we would discuss doing that with? What is our own staff's role in doing that? What is maybe the chamber's role? And so I think getting an ordinance in 60 days, that's not a problem. But I think left up to the 59 days between now and then, I guess that would mean that one or the other of us would have to say, oh, well, then it should be phased in over 2 years or 1 year or 90 days or 6 months, and we'd be making it up, because unless we have a recommendation to identify implementation strategies for either all the items, or maybe utensils are different than containers, maybe lids are different than plugs, I don't know. But I know that in the last major ordinance that we passed around hotels, I mean, I spent an hour on the phone with our city attorney talking about what the timeline was for the implementation of that, since it wasn't ever discussed in any of the staff reports or any of the comments from any of us until I had that discussion. So I think these are really great recommendations. I would just ask that we have a fourth recommendation, or a second part of number 2, which says that we work with our staff and our businesses and our chamber to identify an implementation timeline that works with the purpose and the reason for this ordinance in the first place.
Yeah, I'd actually like to chime in. The comments that I had were, one, that we should reach out to the business community to find out what challenges they may have in implementing this once the ban goes into effect, to see if they have any recommendations on timing and the rationale behind their recommendations, and also how the city can help make this transition as easy as possible for our businesses, especially if we want to win that Eddie Award. Number 2, I had that when staff comes back with examples of non-marine degradable disposable food serviceware and alternatives for local businesses, that I'd like staff to provide information on actual availability of these alternatives and information on costs. And number 3, I had, I'd like staff to reach out to Santa Monica Chamber of Commerce and one other chamber mentioned in the report to find out if there have been any issues, such as lack of availability, and see if they have any suggestions regarding rollout. And then my last suggestion was to ask the city manager if 60 days was enough time, if additional outreach and research needed to be done. So those were my comments and suggestions. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you. So you have 2 different comments I'm trying to digest. So we had put in this Councilmember D'Amico as an implementation timeline for 6 months, so that businesses can work through their inventory. It's similar to the item we had with the flavored tobacco inventory. Very similar, that we gave those businesses 6 months to get through their inventory and finish their inventory, so that then the items would kick in, the ordinance, the implementation would start then after the second reading, if it would go forward. And the outreach is going to be done by staff. I've been told that they've already been in contact with the businesses for a part of this, which is the other part of it, which is the asking whether utensils be optional or not, so that those conversations can be expanded to cover this. I don't know, Mayor, if you had a chance to review the UCLA Ruskin report that was attached to the agenda. It was a little later in the day. It's very extensive and actually talks about some of the other ordinances that were passed, and something that was in there, and through conversations that Councilmember Erickson and I have had with the Restaurant Association and some comments that have come in from businesses. I just want to make a few things clear in this. I want to make sure that it's clear that we're banning all products referenced in the staff report that have any plastic in them at all. So there isn't a question about, somebody was confused about whether this is, does marine biodegradable mean it could have plastic resin? So Santa Monica's ordinance says specifically, no, it cannot have plastic in them. And with that said, Santa Monica, and I did reach out to Santa Monica and spoke to one of their council members, and I know that staff reached out to someone on their staff, which was Jackie Rocco, but there is a issue with the lids and cups, and the fact that it's difficult for there's not many manufacturers, in other words, that have the lids and cups available for hot drinks. So I would like us to do what Santa Monica did, which is to give a 12-month extension to the businesses, and we'll see where we are in 12 months. If there is a manufacturer that is able to provide those items, then it gets implemented. If not, then we can do another extension. That can be written in the ordinance. But everything else, there are manufacturers, there are, and in the report, it does say that the cost isn't even that different. I know, I wish you had been able to read the report. One thing I would like to also add is not only making the request for straws and utensils be by request only, but also the lids. Because if we're going to give a 12-month extension and people get to use lids and cups because there's no alternative, then why not make the lids by request only too, so that when people go to Starbucks, if they're, a lot of times not everyone's taking Starbucks out, you're dining in and they still give you a lid. Why? There's no reason for that. And that'll help to reduce our use of these items as well. And making sure we have a campaign by staff regarding the health and environmental consequences of using these products, and the option of reusable items, because that's another aspect I think we need to do, which is an entire campaign so our city residents understand, hey, maybe take your cup to the coffee shop rather than even getting any kind of to-go item, and our businesses too. But that's more of a campaign style thing. There's also a waiver application that is available for businesses. And this was in the Santa Monica ordinance. I'm not sure if it's in Culver City. I believe all of the cities in the report had a waiver application where a business could apply for a waiver if they have economic hardship to get out of the ordinance. And the report actually showed that literally 0 businesses applied, which showed that the actual effect wasn't that detrimental to them. So those are all the comments I wanted to make and additions, and I'm curious to hear from.
I just thought we could hear from the public. Mayor, I know there's a number of items. People signed up to speak.
Do we have speakers?
We do have speakers for this item, yes.
Okay, well then let's hear from the speakers.
Okay, our first speaker this evening on item 2.0 is Jordan David. Jordan, please press *6 and you will have 2 minutes to provide public comment.
Hi, this is Jordan David, calling from occupied Tongva land, and I'm a voter in West Hollywood elections. I want to express my strong support for this item and thank Mayor Pro Tem Shine and Councilmember Erickson for bringing this item forward. At this pivotal moment for mankind, we simply cannot continue the use of fossil fuels and have the earth support human life. The plastics in question are made using fossil fuel, and giving people a choice on whether or not to use them is not a solution. They must be banned as a step towards crushing the demand and stopping corporations from destroying our water, our land, our air, our food, and our bodies. I've seen a lot of fake news about this item, and I have to say how disappointing it is to have people like Larry Block, Keith Kaplan, and Brandon Garcia spread lies that don't just harm our local community, but the world. I mean, how much profit do you expect to make when all your customers die? When your brick and mortar business is destroyed in an extreme climate event, will you still be clamoring to keep your plastic sporks? The Chamber of Commerce and the WehoVille publication have lost all integrity if they had any to start with. To our brave council members who maintain their integrity, keep going. You have the support of the people. That's why you were elected. And I hope that you will continue this work and be even more bold when it comes to solving climate change. Thank you.
Thank you, Jordan. Our next speaker on this item is Adam Darvish. Adam, please press *6 and you will have 2 minutes to provide comment on item 2.0.
Hi, again, just wanted to express support for this item and thank Mayor Pro Tem Shine and Councilmember Erickson for bringing this item forward. It makes sense, and I'm hoping that as a country also we go plastic free and keep the environment clean for future generations. And that's all. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Adam. Our next speaker on this item is Eric Matos. Eric, please press *6 and you will have 2 minutes to provide comment on item 2.0.
Good evening. My name is Eric Matos. I'm a resident here of the city of West Hollywood, and I'm calling today to speak in support of this draft ordinance that would ban single-use plastics in food service. First of all, I want to thank the leadership that was brought forward by Mayor Pro Tem Seppi Shine and Councilmember Erickson with bringing this motion forward. And to be honest, I was completely surprised to learn that the city did not already have an ordinance of this nature in place. I would really encourage anyone who has any type of issue with this motion to read the UCLA Luskin Center report that was attached to this motion. Just some highlights. This report had found that the banning and replacing of single-use plastic food items had the greatest potential to reduce the negative impacts associated with plastic waste in LA County. As we consider this ordinance, I think that we must remember that this is not about being pro or anti-business. It's about working together to find ways to protect our environment amid a climate emergency, which we all know is a key priority to all of our residents. And I hope that all the council members will keep that in mind as they vote on this item. Thank you, and I'm voicing strong support. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Eric. Our next speaker will be Genevieve Morrow. Genevieve, please press *6 and you will have 2 minutes to provide comment on item 2.0. Oh, it looks like she left the meeting. Our next speaker will be Barbara Hensley. Barbara, please press *6 and you will have 2 minutes to provide comment on this item.
Good evening. I'm Barbara Hensley. I'm the chair of the Central Group of the Angeles chapter of the Sierra Club. And I'm calling in to provide support in favor of the ban on plastic products in food service. And I want to thank Mayor Pro Tem Shine and Councilmember Erickson for bringing this forward. The Sierra Club has supplied a letter in support. I hope you all saw that. And I just wanted to add that a couple of things. I've listened to your entire meeting and I've heard you talk about your climate action and adaptation plan and how important it is. And I do think this is where the rubber meets the road on these plans. And I also heard the caller talk about the comments made by Greta Thunberg, the blah, blah, blah comments, and that this is where we can avoid the blah, blah, blah label, is by doing something like this. So the Sierra Club, and you've talked about there being limitations on the availability of marine degradable items, and the Sierra Club would like the City Council to consider compostable, BPI certified compostable items in this measure as well. They're maybe more readily abundant, and I believe there are other municipalities, including Culver City, that have included those in their ordinances. But our bottom line is we want to thank the City of West Hollywood for its being on the cutting edge of climate issues, and we think this is another step forward for it, and we support the motion. And thank you very much for all your time. Take care.
Thank you, Barbara. Our next speaker will be Chelsea Byers. Chelsea, please press *6, and you will have 2 minutes to provide comment on this item.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, and city staff. I'm grateful to the team who brought this motion forward. I believe in policy like this because it seeks to disrupt the monotony of how we go about our everyday lives that just nonchalantly but really plainly and clearly uphold and reinforce that status quo. It's a really subtle and small adjustment in how we live as consumers. And of course, it's a logistics burden for businesses, which I can understand from an operational perspective. But ultimately, it's just a necessary abruption in the flow of how we live. And that flow would otherwise contribute to an ongoing pileup of wastes that are toxic to our planet, and specifically to our longevity of people on this planet, which I think we all deeply care about. Tonight's discussion on the climate action plan was really jarring, just realizing the scope of work we have to address our climate challenges. And I'm really grateful to the city for the commitment we have to that end. And I really appreciate this specific and tangible effort to move us closer towards acting in accordance with the mandate given to us by climate scientists the world over. We have to make choices that move us towards a more sustainable way of life. Thank you so much. I wholeheartedly support this motion.
Thank you, Chelsea. I'm going to call Genevieve Morrill again. Genevieve, please press *6, and you have 2 minutes to speak on this item.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and council members. Apologies, I got bumped off. Genevieve Morrill, President and CEO for the West Hollywood Chamber of Commerce. And wow, I hope you don't feel that our small businesses are these corporate rapists that are being communicated here tonight. We're just asking you to take pause and table to a later date to allow our businesses time to recover before adding more expenses and changes to their operations. Plastic products is a critical issue for our globe, and businesses support a clean environment. But we're still in a pandemic, recovering from almost 2 years of shutdowns and partial openings. The current state of import-export to get supplies is dismal. In addition, biodegradable products are 3 times more expensive to purchase. We need your support, not more laws that increase expenses. The stress alone with the eviction moratoriums lifted, businesses have hundreds of thousands of back rents, shortage of staffings, increase of minimum wage coming up, PPE expenses, and navigating protocols and vaccine mandates. City of West Hollywood has always been collaborative with its community members to ensure the vibrant village we cherish, that these initiatives, thoughtful to the greater cause, are thoughtless of the local issue. They raise costs not just for our businesses, but also our residents who dine and shop where they live. West Hollywood is becoming the most restrictive and expensive place to do business. The upcoming state law was a good step towards the ultimate objective. It's a bill that makes sense. It would make a difference in reducing the usage of plastic ware, which is the whole point. What is the point of making a more restrictive ordinance if it is harmful to your own local community? What is the qualitative outcome that makes West Hollywood need to be stricter than California? Isn't this just symbolic, showing how much we care more about the climate change than others do? Please take a step back. We understand the bigger picture. We all need to play a role in helping in social justice, environment, and the world issues, and your local businesses do too. We can change the world, but do we have to do it all this year? I am so pleased that Ms. Eastman acknowledged outreach to the business community is important, as I once again disheartened to see it completely absent in the presentation on climate change. We'll be great partners in being green. Just give us a chance to catch our breath and recover. Thank you.
Thank you, Genevieve. Our next and final speaker is Stephanie Harker. Stephanie, please press *6 and you will have 2 minutes to speak on this item.
Good evening, Stephanie Harker again. I totally support this, as you might have suspected, and I was sort of thinking the opposite of the previous speaker, and that is this is a good place to move forward faster. I thank Barbara from the Sierra Club for her comments about it. If we keep putting things off, you know, I'd like to see this brought together in 30 days. Yes, with assistance to the businesses. Maybe we can, we are skipping the Halloween parade this year, and I believe it costs us between $3 and $5 million to do the cleanup for that. Maybe we can use some of the money to, again, assist the businesses, the restaurants and the coffee shops in purchasing these. Also, there has been a lower supply of these items, sustainable items, non-plastic items, because there hasn't been the demand. As soon as the demand is there, I truly believe the supply will go up. I have in front of me a little cloth bag that was given to me in a goodie bag at an event in Santa Monica. It says the City of Santa Monica Office of Sustainability and the Environment. They already have a whole office dedicated to this. In that bag came a metal straw, a knife, spoon, and fork made out of bamboo. And I'm thinking instead of us handing out things at our various events, we could start handing these out. And it has to get into people's consciousness that this needs to be done now. I think the ban on plastic bags has turned out to be a failure. Places like Smart and Final now don't have the plastic bags that are thin. Instead, they're using heavier plastic, putting more plastic into the environment. So we need to be careful as we go along, but I hope you will pass this tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie. Mayor, that was our final speaker on this item.
Councilmember Erickson.
Thank you so much, Mayor. And I want to thank all the callers who called in, especially at 10 o'clock tonight, although it's raining. So it's what are you going to do outside? But ultimately, I have to bike home. So I just realized that. So downfall of electric bikes, but we progress. And so anyways, I just want to agree with what Mayor Pro Tem Shine said regarding this. I think that what you said, Councilmember D'Amico, regarding implementation and outreach, I think that we definitely can and will be doing that. I would like to see our city do, like Janet and Paulo and Tara did, a robust outreach plan with, you know, coming back and looking at how this would be added. I know we've been giving them 6 months. And then in addition to that, I just want to tell a little story. It'll be really quick. But I want to say yesterday I went out to lunch at my favorite place on the east side. I won't say where, so that way no one goes there and takes away my little outdoor spot that I always like to be in. But I asked the business owner, because I like to go ask our businesses what they do and how things are going. And I walked in, I said, oh, we're considering doing this. How do you feel about it? And she said to me, come with me, come in the back. And I went in the back with her, and they opened up their storage room, and there were boxes upon boxes of the to-go plastic stuff. And I said, you must have went to Costco or so. Where'd you get all these? And she goes, we've had them for months. People don't order them anymore because in all the to-go apps, you can click the, we don't want it anymore. And so she's like, no one requests them. So they're sitting back here and we don't know what to do. So then she says, so if you ask if I support your item, she said, hell yes. And so she ultimately, you know, and that's, I think, where we go with our businesses and what we should do and what I think they're already doing when it comes to skipping this disposable food serviceware. And on page 27, Mayor Meister, because I know you'll read the report afterwards, because I know you like the UCLA Luskin School, so I know you're a sucker for a good report. But the key findings, third bullet point, just says Available evidence indicates that threats to businesses and the economy overall posed by transition to plastic alternatives are small, if any. Available evidence suggests that food vendors may benefit fiscally following adoption of reusable items, that reducing plastic waste will lower cost on operators, municipal government, and ratepayers. And this was also a study commissioned by LA County as well. So I just wanted to end with that, and I don't have anything else to add. So thank you very much, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Horvath?
Thank you. I am supportive of this item. I think that I agree with my colleague, Councilmember D'Amico, that the how is very important in terms of how we bring people along. Understanding the concerns is an important part of the discussion. But I also agree with Eric Matos, who said, this is not an issue that's pitting group against group. We're all in a commitment to protecting our environment. And I think that's really what this is about, is how do we set ourselves on that sustainable path, and how do we do it together, and how do we understand the concerns that could exist while doing the right thing. And I think part of the right thing is also leading by example. So I hope that when this comes back, whether and if a new item is needed, Lauren Langer will tell us so. But we as a city shouldn't be using single-use plastics. Disposable water bottles, the plastic tchotchke kind of things that we give away, that's always kind of made me a little nuts. Why are we participating in the creation of that kind of plastic giveaway stuff when we're saying that this is a commitment that we're asking, our community to do? And quite frankly, it's largely going to fall on our businesses. So we should be leading by example in terms of our own commitment as a city, and not spending money on those kinds of things as well. Instead using, and I think it was a great suggestion by Stephanie, to think about how we're spending our money on and what it is we're putting out into the world for others to use. And so I think if we're going to be serious about this commitment, we also have to lead by example, not just ask others to do it. And so I hope that as we're moving this forward, we think about banning the use of single-use plastics from the city as well.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Horvath, absolutely. I'm happy to add that into my comments. I'd actually like to move this item with the comments that I had made with regard to making sure the extension on lids and cups for 12 months is on there, and making lids by request only, making sure that this also covers the city and not just the businesses, that we should lead by example, absolutely. And make sure we have outreach to businesses. Obviously, this is going to come back as an ordinance. I would like when it comes back, for staff to give us a couple of things have been brought up. Non-marine degradable, banning that. The marine degradable items, and then compostable. Maybe have some more information for our council colleagues, so that we can have a choice, an option of which to support at that time, making sure the waiver application is available. And that's really going to ease the businesses that are greatly impacted, as well as a 6-month implementation, which is reasonable. We are in a climate crisis, and as the speaker said, that's where the sense of urgency is. If we're going to be leading by example, we need to really put our money where our mouth is. And this item is actually in our climate adaptation plan. That's the motion I would like to make.
Councilmember D'Amico, you had a comment before. We need to.
Yeah, I guess I would just say that Mayor Pro Tem Shine, I don't disagree. In fact, I'm not sure that's aggressive enough. a 6-month period. But I mean, strangely, John Erickson just made an interesting point. In 6 months, if all of those plastic forks and knives and spoons still exist, then they're just going to send them to the dump. I mean, I think the point that I was trying to make was we all want to do this. I don't think there's going to be a no. There's not a no vote tonight. But I think we need to hear, do large corporate behemoths like Starbucks, how quickly can they turn their ship? And smaller one-offs on the east side, how quickly can they turn out their storage room? And just find that out and then hear from the staff what that means. And so you have a winner here. This is a winner. Ring the bell. Ding, ding, ding. We're doing this. But I think it just, I mean, I'm going to vote for it. And if you push this through in 6 months and 12 months for lids and, you know, have to ask for one, I'm all in. But I just think there are nuances to doing this kind of work, I think, that I'm trying to instill in all of us that make a difference, that don't make a difference in the 60 days between now and the final ordinance, but we're going to have an ordinance. But I think it would be interesting to me to hear, oh, 6 months and 12 months is perfect. Or to hear, you know what, I can get rid of these in 90 days and there's just no reason for me to hold on to them any longer. And then maybe the city has a plan with Athens to collect all plastic utensils for free and to responsibly destroy them. That would be a fantastic sort of outcome in some way. So I'm just trying to not slow down this process, just sort of ease up on the sets of things that we're trying to sort of mandate when we, you know, I mean, I could go talk to 2 businesses and probably come up with a set of things too that, you know, I think are important. So I just am saying that whatever you say, whatever seconds it, I'm going to vote for it. But I do think we need to really understand what's going on with our businesses.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Councilmember D'Amico, for clarifying. Danny, can you address, are you able to do this outreach with the different size businesses to see which ones, Danny, are you here? Danny Rivas.
I show him on there, Mayor Pro Tem, but I'm not sure. I know he's out of town.
Okay. Or Jackie Rocco.
Hi, Mayor Pro Tem. What was the question?
So the question is, for this ordinance to come back, we have within 60 days. I know that you were going to do, Danny was going to do outreach to businesses. Can you, if we add to this item to take into account Councilmember D'Amico's kind of approach of, you know, how long would it take Starbucks to run through their current inventory at the 3 or 4 different locations that we have? If it takes 1 month, maybe for them, this goes into effect within 30 days, 60 days. And then some of the other businesses, maybe up to the 6 month. Can you do that outreach and come back with some, if possible, with the outreach, a tiered implementation?
Yeah, I mean, I will, I know that like Oscar said, I see that Danny is on the line, but I will definitely coordinate with him and we can put together a plan to do outreach and get a sense, maybe, you know, by tiered businesses as well, like some of the chains that obviously have a different kind of, you know, volume and usage, and some of the smaller businesses to get a better sense of what the utilization is of these utensils and the time frame that it will take for them to go through whatever current inventories they have if they were to, you know, if this were to go into effect. And you want this to come back before the ordinance or at the same time?
At the same time, I think then we can choose, and also have a conversation with Athens if there's any way they can help us. I know you're going to be speaking to them about their contract, but is there anything they can do with the available inventories of some of these other businesses if
Yeah, I made a
possible.
note of that to find out from them. I'll talk to them tomorrow to find out what process could we have in place for, the collection and disposal of any remaining inventory. I know that we talked about this earlier, that, some items that are not compostable, so that, will become an issue at a later time if those are not banned, but I will definitely find out about these and how they could be picked up and disposed.
Thank you. I think Councilmember Erickson has it.
Councilmember Erickson.
Thank you. I'm trying to follow proper Zoom protocol, but I don't know because sometimes it doesn't do it. And also it would be great to see how we could partner with Athens and do maybe a citywide event in many ways that we've had with people coming and taking their items like this that, are not easily, thrown away with the computers and all the stuff they already do. I know Athens has a process for this. I know that when food actually touches stuff, in terms of recycling, it's a lot more hard, it's a lot more difficult. So maybe we could look at doing a citywide event later on at some time to, make sure our businesses know that we want them to come here to do all this, and we want to provide that direct service to them with our provider as well. And I'll second the motion that's on the floor.
Okay, any more comments? Oscar, do you have any comments on this?
My only concern is with the kind of additional outreach and scope and the holiday season fast approaching. Would the council be amenable to bringing back the ordinance in 90 days instead of 60 days?
I would be amenable to that.
Where does that put it, Oscar? Does anyone have their calendar?
That would, yeah, depending on whether or not we end up having one meeting in January, it'll be the meeting in January.
I'm okay with 90 days, within 90 days, please.
Yes. Thank you.
Councilmember Erickson, do you want to make a friendly?
I will. I'll make a. Will I accept the friendly amendment? I don't know. Where's Lauren Langer when you need her? I think it's fine. So to add into the motion, I know Seppi's the original motion maker, so to make it 90 days, and I second that as well.
Okay. And there are no more comments. Let's have a roll call.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember D'Amico.
Yes.
Councilmember Erickson.
Yes.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Shine.
Yes.
Mayor Meister.
Aye.
The motion passes.
Okay. All right. On our last excluded consent calendar item, that is item 2S, as in Sam, resolution in opposition to the use of public safety funds and personnel for political purposes. This was Councilmember Horvath's item, and Councilmember D'Amico. Would you like to start the conversation?
Sure. So thank you, Councilmember Horvath, for bringing this forward. I think it's a sad development in some ways from our sheriff's department. And I understand that we're going to have a discussion in November of public safety. And I guess I have two main thoughts about this. That the first is I'm personally disappointed that we didn't know about this as city council members, that our public safety division, our city manager, our sheriff's department did not notify us that this was happening on our watch. If the LA Times could find out, then clearly people knew about it. People who communicate with the sheriff's department, maybe in regular intervals or irregular intervals, but to read about something like this in the LA Times, it was disappointing to me, because we spend a lot of our city's dollars, our taxpayers, our residents' taxes on public safety, and not it's complicated for me as a council member to open the LA Times and read about something when we were never at least informed. I certainly understand the sheriff's department, you know, they want to do things in the sheriff's department. The department gets to do things, but a respectful and purposeful notification that this kind of thing is happening, I think is regrettable that we didn't hear, that I didn't hear from our own internal public safety efforts or the sheriff's department. And I guess the second thing is a little more complicated, if the first one wasn't complicated enough, is that, you know, I don't know if the investigations they're doing are actually of illegal activity. I mean, yes, we do give money to Peace Over Violence. Perhaps we should consider whether that's a good practice anymore until these investigations are completed. You know, public illegal activity and the use of public funds, you know, we had an hour-long discussion of it last time, and I Googled Peace Over Violence, and there are plenty of stories on regarding their practices and whether agencies get their money worth, and I don't know the answer to that. So I understand that there are two competing interests here. I support this, Councilmember Horvath, and I appreciate clearly the subject, resolution and opposition, the use of public safety funds and personnel for political purposes. That can never be acceptable. But I wanted to bifurcate my comments and say, if the sheriff's department is aware of and investigating illegal activity, I can't not agree with the use of sheriff's department personnel to investigate illegal activity. So those are my comments. I know there might be other comments, there might even be speakers, but that's why I wanted to draw our attention to this and pulled this from the consent item so that I could announce that I was interested in having a fuller throated discussion about this in November, and I'm very concerned about it here in October.
Yeah, I have comments about it too, but I'd like the public that we have a public speaker, so I'm going to go ahead and let them go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Our only public speaker on this item is Victor Omolchenko. Victor, please press *6 and you will have 2 minutes to speak on item 2S. Go ahead, Victor, *6. Okay, Mayor, he is not unmuting, so.
Well, if he unmutes before we vote, then we can take his comment. So
Actually, I also signed up for this item.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead, Jordan.
Thanks. This is Jordan David, calling from occupied Tongville land. I'm a voter in West Hollywood elections. I really just want to thank Councilmember Horvath for bringing this item forward. It's incredible to have such strong and brave leadership in the face of this deep-rooted system of repression. Lots of politicians like to say Black Lives Matter or say that they want justice for all, but we're tired of hearing it because they don't legislate what they're saying. You have always been willing to actually put the items on the agenda, co-sponsor or not, because it's right and you mean what you say. Villanueva and his violent gang of cronies are a menace to society and need to be stopped. They loot our tax dollars, terrorize our citizens, and use mob tactics to silence whistleblowers. Besides what's in the staff report, they've recently ambushed Melina Abdullah and other founders of Black Lives Matter who regularly protest the existence of the organized crime mob they have falsely labeled a union. Police associations are not unions. LASD is a network of gangs that put the public in danger. Let's get tax dollars from taxpayers out of violent gangs and into real public safety solutions. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments?
Oh, and I don't see Victor unmuting, so if he does, I'll let you know.
Okay, so I actually had a question either for Kristen or for our sheriff's department about what they can tell us about this person that was a West Hollywood deputy that was sent to this other whatever it was that this person is doing, if we are paying for, if that money is coming out of West Hollywood funds in any way, shape, or form.
Mayor, the captain is on with us tonight and can explain how deputies are loaned from contract stations to headquarters for various tasks.
Okay. Captain Ramirez.
Hi, good evening, Council. What I can say is that the West Hollywood Sheriff Station currently has one of our assigned sworn personnel on loan to a specialized unit. The station is receiving backfill funding from the department for the overtime created by the vacancy, and I can best assure you that no city funding is being utilized. I'd also like to note that the Sheriff Department has a long history of using on-loan positions across the entire department. In fact, probably within the last year, I've had 4 to 5 people loaned out to various units under the same mechanism. Unfortunately, at this point, that's the only statement I'm going to make regarding the matter, and I hope for your understanding.
Okay, well, we appreciate your being here. So I guess I'm feeling like I need clarification, because I remember several years ago, also as Councilmember D'Amico mentioned, that there were articles about peace over violence. There was an article several years back, and again in April from Spectrum News 1 about a whistleblower and possible reasons for concern. So I'm just curious, what body should be responsible for investigating an organization where concerns have been raised by a whistleblower? That's my first question. And then if there were warrants, which apparently there were search warrants, it's not like the sheriffs can just do that on their own. I watch a lot of Law and Order. I assume that you need a judge or a DA or somebody to approve of that. So I'm just trying to understand, like, if there were reasons for concern about this agency or about whatever, whatever it is, whether it's this or something else, what are they supposed to do? Who's supposed to be responsible for investigation? So that was my question, and so I just felt like I didn't have enough information, because we don't know what the investigation has led to or what it will lead to, and so I didn't know, maybe Councilmember Horvath, if you had additional information about that.
Well, typically, whistleblower allegations are not directly or immediately investigated by a sheriff's department. There's typically a personnel process for any place of employment that allows for an investigation of whistleblower claims. I agree. I'm not sure that we have a full understanding of what that personnel process might be. What we do know is that the people who have been subject to that process have in no way had any criminal charges brought against them. And in a recent interview, again with Spectrum News, Max Huntsman came forward, indicating that not only has he not been, have there been no criminal charges, but it's impeded his ability to do the very job he's assigned to do, which is to be the inspector general and be sort of that independent voice and investigator of these issues. And I think that's where I see the complication in terms of using public dollars and public personnel funded by public dollars to that end. I think what, the whistleblower, if we want to dig into what was reported, the whistleblower also has close ties to the sheriff directly. They're personal friends. And so does that mean the whistleblower's claims aren't true? Not necessarily, but I do think that there are lots of circumstances around some of the specific allegations related to peace over violence. But that's not the only person or the only place that's been targeted by the investigations of this particular unit. And I think that's my concern is, we don't know what this unit, we don't know what the purpose of this unit is. We don't know why it exists. We don't know why a special unit has been created to this end when we have, for example, substantiated documentation and reports of gang violence within the sheriff's department. Why isn't there a special department to root that out? Why isn't there a special unit to root that out of the department? I mean, there are lots of other things I could think of that would be a better use of public dollars to the end of public safety than going after peace over violence, which is a nonprofit committed to ending interpersonal and domestic violence. So I think that we enter a place of a slippery slope where if we don't call out this behavior and we don't put it on notice, I think I understand that there's a chain of command within the department. And so because these are orders from the sheriff himself, they're not coming from our captain. It's probably complicated how that information can come forward and be shared. And so I appreciate the captain's comments tonight. But this is why, we in the past as a council have asked for an accounting of the dollars and hours that are spent in our station and all contract cities to understand exactly what's going on here, to make sure that our department and to make sure that our local station is not subject to improper use of public dollars, nor is any station, as we know, personnel can be shared across stations. And so while we have had a strong working relationship with the leadership and personnel in our station, when this kind of behavior can exist in the department more broadly, and that personnel can then become part of our station, I have concerns about that. But specific to the issue that's before us, I think what we need to make sure is that a practice is in place to make sure that this kind of political targeting and misuse of public dollars is not happening, that we make it very clear to the sheriff himself directly and to the department that we don't support that we don't want our station to be anywhere near any of that kind of behavior, and that we do have a proper and thorough accounting and audit of how our public dollars are being used to, in theory, provide public safety to our community.
And did we ever get a response as to when that audit would be taking place? Have we gotten?
I know Contract Cities has not gotten a response from the department or from the county on Contract Cities more broadly. Last I spoke with David, the city hasn't gotten a timeline of response either. And so that's, I think, something to be, to press in on.
Okay, and I think that is something that we should be continuing to discuss, especially as we go into November when we do our special public safety meeting. Councilmember Erickson, did you have a comment?
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor. I want to thank what Councilmember D'Amico said. I agree. And when I read about this in the LA Times, to say I was aghast is an understatement. I was furious. I cannot believe that as a city council who has been talking about public safety forever. I mean, the issues that we always talk about leading the charge usually is public safety, because it's always got to be on top of our mind. And to find out that there is an officer, and I'm going to ask you a few questions here in a minute, Ed, Captain Ramirez, if you wouldn't mind, is or was in our station doing this type of work. I mean, police or violence, yes, we've worked with them at the city, but it is a Los Angeles majority-based organization that is doing their advocacy work. So why they're in the West Hollywood station doing this stuff is beyond me for so many reasons, because they mostly do a lot of work in LA. We use them. They've spoken at our Public Safety Commission meeting. Patty Giggins herself is LGBTQ leader, but also a leader in this type of work. But why West Hollywood? I'm really concerned. So I have a couple of questions for Ed and then a few more comments. So Captain Ramirez, is this person still working in this special unit in West Hollywood Sheriff Station?
The person is assigned to the special unit, not working at West Hollywood. He's currently on loan. And I don't know what the investigations entail. I read about what you read about in the LA Times.
And I know I know the answer to this question, but you will not give us the name of this individual who was doing this work in West Hollywood Station.
I don't see the purpose for giving you his name. That's correct.
Well, because there's a person in our sheriff station doing God knows what, for God knows what reason. I mean, that's the problem. I mean, Councilmember Horvath said pretty much a lot of what I also feel as well, is that we don't know what's going on, why it's going on. I mean, are we going to get a chance to read this report before it's released? What's the goal of the report? Was there a memo about why the report was needed? Is there background information? I mean, do you have any of this information, Captain?
Sir, I do not have any information. I have discussed everything I know with you tonight, and that's all I'm at liberty to discuss.
And I understand where you are at in this situation as well, because I know you to be a good man, but I also know the current sheriff to not be a good man. And I know that Sheriff Villanueva, and when I see these things in the LA Times, I myself am enraged. I am upset. I know we are going to be having a larger conversation about public safety as a whole here in the city in November, but I really do think we do need to audit our West Hollywood Sheriff Station, because I don't know if we're going to ever get the contract cities audit. I know we passed that unanimously, but there's been no feedback or report. Who knows if they're going to comply? But I want to make sure no taxpayer dollars were spent on anything like this. I know you said that, Captain Ramirez, but I also don't know what's going on. And I think this is a level of public trust and accountability that we have to provide for our residents. I mean, I hear from people that, you know, the sheriffs don't take them seriously when they call to commit, to try to get something going on because crimes are being committed. But then they read in the LA Times that there's some study going on with special police going out there and looking at these political foes of the sheriff Villanueva. I just don't understand. And then it makes us look like we don't know what's going on because we had no idea. And so, you know, I do think that we do need to audit our own books personally in comparison to that. I don't know where my colleagues are on that, but, you know, this is a level of understanding in which that we really as a council have to try to get to a solution on. And this, it keeps getting chipped away. And I just don't know what to do anymore. And that's why I look to the public, I look to the community, and I look to our individuals who do bravely put themselves in harm's way to protect our community. And I want to respect them, but I also don't want them going in there and doing political work to try to take down prominent lesbian figures in our community or throughout Los Angeles because they're trying to hold the larger sheriff accountable. And those are my comments, Mayor.
Councilman Erickson, if I may, I know you said it twice that the person is working here out of West Hollywood. I want to make it perfectly clear that the person is, no investigations are being done here within the station in the city of West Hollywood.
Thank you. I misspoke. Thank you for correcting that, Ed.
Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem Shine.
Thank you, Mayor. I am disgusted by what the sheriff has continued to do. I'm not, I wasn't aghast or surprised because this is a continuation of a pattern with this sheriff. And I wholeheartedly support this this item. So Councilmember Horvath, if you want to move this forward, I will second, and we move forward and keep pushing.
Happy to move it if we've concluded discussion.
Have we concluded discussion? Everyone? Okay, make your motion.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second on the floor to move the item as presented. Councilmember D'Amico.
Yes.
Councilmember Erickson.
Yes.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Shine.
Yes.
Mayor Meister.
Aye.
The motion passes.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, I think that that's all for excluded consent calendar, and there's no legislative. So I believe we now go to our second public comment period.
Thank you, Mayor. Our first speaker under second public comment period is Stephanie Harker. Stephanie, please press *6 and you will have 2 minutes to provide comment.
Good evening. This is a long overdue thank you to some members of the staff. I had alerted Helen Collins and the gang and Scott Smith about some issues going on at Plummer Park on a Monday in August, and by Tuesday, the issues were addressed. It does my heart so good to know that the staff and the council are not only just listening, but taking action, immediate action in this case. Steve Campbell, Helen Collins, Scott Smith, Paul Hertz, Kevin Trudeau, and especially our new city manager, David Wilson, showed up on Tuesday and addressed every issue that I had brought forward in Plummer Park. Some of the work had already been done, and I just want to thank them for that action, and I want other citizens to know that the staff is responsive. Again, it's not just the listening part, but it's taking the action part that's so important, and I appreciate it. I'd also like to thank a more recent act of kindness and good work of Code Compliance Manager Danny Rivas and Code Compliance Officer Joe Torres, who should both get a big gold star in their HR files for a recent response to one of my neighbors who's elderly and who is disabled, had gone without hot water for 10 days, not knowing she kept trying to call the landlord, not knowing that the city could get after them. The very day that I called in, Danny responded from vacation, and Joe Torres stopped by off the clock on his way home to make sure that the situation had been rectified. It's these types of things that really make me thankful to live in West Hollywood. I thank you. I believe John Erickson showed up at that meeting too. Thank you so much. Good night.
Thank you, Stephanie. Our next and final speaker for the final public comment period is Victor Omolchenko. Victor, please press *6 and you will have 2 minutes to provide public comment.
Thank you. Can everybody hear me? And I apologize. I had a computer phone meltdown here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, great. Hello, this is longtime West Hollywood resident Victor Omolchenko, last name spelled Omelczzenko. That's the intact surname of my family that was brutalized by the NKVD secret police in 1930s and 1940s Soviet Ukraine. There is no room in West Hollywood for an embryonic NKVD, or for that matter, a Russian-style KGB, or Iranian-style Savak, S-A-V-A-K. Thank you so much, Councilmember Horvath, for initiating extremely important item 2S to ensure accountability in local law enforcement. A county sheriff's unit called Civil Rights and Public Integrity Detail? That sounds fairly innocuous, but its operations, as reported in the LA Times, smack of nefarious foreign-style secret police. Nip it in the bud. I couldn't hear all of the responses, but I'm happy that you are looking at this item. I would really love to know whatever individual was apparently assigned to the unit in the West Hollywood Sheriff Station, what were their projects, or should I say targets? And what intelligence can the city public safety director and staff provide at this point? I heard a little bit of Captain Ramirez's answers just at the tail end, and they were not satisfactory. Also, the staff report should have included as an attachment the city's previous letter to the county requesting an audit of sheriff billing practices. Council had requested such a letter at its June 7 meeting 4 months ago. Who in the county is responsible for responding? Thank you all for your commitment to public safety as you address these pressing issues of fiscal sustainability and institutional integrity in West Hollywood. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you, Victor.
Thank you, Victor. So now we are at council member comments. Anybody have any comments? Yes, Mayor Pro Tem?
I just want to wish Dimitri much continued success in his career and life endeavors and journey.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. We are adjourned then to October 18th, Monday, October 18th, 6 p.m. regular meeting. And it looks like we will be at a hybrid council meeting. Is that right, Oscar?
That is correct.
Okay, then we'll see you with the masks on.
Are we going to have color coordinated masks like we had color coordinated backgrounds?
Should.
Yes, I will get you the West Hollywood branded masks.
Made
to
of-
wear.
Can they say
Just
mayor and then mayor pro tem and council member? And we can just, that way we know. I see council member Horvath really wanted that.
So I'm going to have my gavel, so watch out, Councilmember Erickson. And everyone have a good evening. We're adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a great evening.
Bye.